to the judges' favorites. Oh, and we'll be manning the Cabco booth during the fair. So if you decide to enter those cookies, you're more than welcome to stop by and drop a few samples off. Thanks so much for joining us this week. You guys.
I would like to call to order the July 10th, 2023 Cabarrus County Board of Commissioners work session. Welcome, everyone. First up on our agenda is the approval of the work session agenda. So at this time, I would entertain any changes or a motion to approve the agenda with the changes on page 3.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the addition of a discussion and nomination section for the vacant commissioner spot.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
I think it's imperative that this board, seeing that we have a vacancy now, and the state legislator has compressed our time to make an appointment. They compress it down to 20 days. I feel that it's imperative that we address this item tonight, have a discussion about it, and I think it's our duty and obligation to do so.
Is there any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a few comments before we move on with this.
Okay.
It's the first time we've ever been in a situation like this. If all of you know, we've always had 5 commissioners, unless there was somebody absent for whatever reason. And the state statutes allow us as commissioners, we can talk amongst ourselves, 1 or 2, about various issues, the weather for that matter, whatever. But 3 of us can't talk about anything that's business related. So saying that, ever since Commissioner Strang had resigned her position on here, we've had numerous conversations. I've talked with each of the commissioners myself, and each of us have various opinions as to which way we think we should go. And what I wanted to do tonight before we move forward with this is try to help you that's here with us tonight and the viewing audience to understand that when you, the citizens of Cabarrus County, elected us as county commissioners, it's our responsibility to take care of the county business, whatever it might be, including filling a vacancy of the board if it becomes available, which is what we're talking about in this case. And so in my opinion, and we all got various opinions as to what we feel like we should do. And I'll tell you this, we're not going to fall out and we're not going to get upset and throw people under the bus and all of that just because we don't agree. I mean, my wife and I have been married 48 years, and I promise you, we don't always get along. There's things that come up, but yet we're still together. So saying what I've said, Mr. Chairman, on this is the public's job is to elect us. And it's this board's job to fill a vacancy. And that's why I feel like that there should not be a public comment section on this, because I don't want anybody to get their feelings hurt or you know, I mean, I respect the citizens more than you'd ever could imagine, but this is a board decision. This is not the citizens' decision. Their decision was to put us here, and it's our decision to fill the vacancy. And so, you know, Mr. Chairman, I would be against having a public forum to open this up, or to have a discussion about who was nominated and all of that. I have someone that I feel like could fill the vacancy, is willing to fill the vacancy. And what I would like to do, but I wanted to make sure I had the support of my fellow board members. And I don't have the support of my fellow board members enough to be a majority. And I wonder, Mr. Chairman, did you find out about whether, is it a majority, or what did you find out from Rich?
There are still some research going on, and what he's asking about was in voting on a replacement. And of course, we follow our rules of procedure, which there are some very specific rules in there about what happens if you have a large number of people. Then you can have an initial vote, and then you can drop the people that don't get any votes, which obviously, since there's just 4 of us, if there are more than 4 candidates, there would be someone. And whittle the list down that way. In the case where you would have one person that had 2 votes and others that had 1 vote, the initial response from our attorney is that you would need a majority, which would be 3 votes. But they're double checking the rules of procedure just to make sure that we're following it the way that it is written. But that has been my assumption, and so we're in the process of verifying that now.
Well, that's what I was thinking, and see, that's the reason why most boards are either 3, 5, or 7, or something like that, where you got an odd where you could not have situations like we got now, because you got 2 on one side and you got 2 on the other side, and we're at a deadlock. And the problem is, it's not really a problem, but we have a limited amount of time to do this. And based on the new legislation, we have to make an appointment tonight, or the decision would be deferred over to the clerk of court to make the decision. And see, I didn't want to see us have to do that. To me, that hurts the integrity of the board. We can't even make a decision on a candidate. Why would we want to pass that on to the clerk of court when we ought to be able to talk as elected officials, men in this case, that has a high regard of the public opinion? And so we ought to be able to make a decision and not lollygag around and drag it out and bring people's names into it and get people's feelings hurt. And that's the last thing I wanted. And that's really all I've got to say about it, Mr. Chairman, but I wanted to say those things before we get started on this.
Yeah, I would ask one point of clarification. If I understood Commissioner Workman correctly, he wanted to have a discussion of filling the vacancy. You mentioned a public comment session, which I don't think he was asking for.
Correct.
Right, and so I would, define public comment as, like our regular meeting where people come up to the microphone and talk and so forth, but that's not what you asked for, right?
Correct. It's just, it's important for me to be able to state where I stand. I was elected to do that, and it is no secret. We've all talked, and as of now, it is deadlocked. But it's important for me to be able to give my opinion on it. It had nothing to do with the public discussion. I too don't want anybody's feelings hurt. That's not the goal of it. My goal was just so that I fulfill what I feel is right and why people voted for me.
Well, let me just ask this, because we might be wasting a bunch of time for no reason at all. Is there anyone here that plans to speak tonight in reference to the filling of the vacancy?
Well, I don't think we've made that option available.
Well, if we don't have anybody that's willing to
Right.
speak, then why do we have a public?
We're
Commissioner-
not. We're going to just have a discussion amongst the board is what I think Commissioner Workman is asking for.
Commissioner Shue, the item you're referencing is next on our agenda. Kenny is proposing, in addition to the agenda, to add a discussion and I guess potential appointment to fill Commissioner Strain's former seat. So the item about public comment discussion is what we'll discuss next. But right now, we're just discussing whether or not the commission board should add to our agenda a discussion period about this filling Commissioner Strain's seat. But, you know, Commissioner Shue, you made some good points that, you know, the citizens elected us to fulfill a duty, and this is our duty. We have a vacancy on this commission board, and it is our duty to take that up. And it's our duty to have discussions. And, you know, a scenario where you're calling, you know, one of the other commissioners having a conversation, a commissioner calling another commissioner having a conversation, it's our duty to do the business of the people and the taxpayers here in open meeting. And I feel that's our duty to at least discuss it, have a vote, and then if we don't agree, then it goes to the clerk of court.
Okay, you bring up another good point. If we approve the motion that's on the floor right now, which the motion is to approve the agenda with the addition of a discussion of filling the existing vacancy, that does not approve public comment. That just says that we're going to have a discussion about it. Now, when we get to that point, if somebody wants to make a motion, they can. So are we on the same page on that? Okay. Okay, is there any other discussion? If not, then the motion to approve the agenda, including the changes on page 3, with the addition of a discussion of filling the vacancy, and I would, with your permission, make that item 3.2, which would come after the other. Well, actually, that would move it into discussion items, so I'm going to say we would move that to be 4.0, which would be the first item. Well, we need to go to discussion items for action. I think in this circumstance, I would prefer to go ahead and put that out of the way if that's, our attorney serves as our parliamentarian. Is that acceptable, or do we need to put it down into 5?
You can put it wherever you want to on the agenda.
Okay. Okay, so I propose that we make it item 4.0. Yep. Everybody okay with that? All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. Okay, that motion passes 3-1. And so we will move now to item 3.1, which is a public comment discussion that has been requested by Commissioner Meismer, so I will turn the floor over to you.
So generally, we do not have our traditional 3-minute public comment section at a work session. Those are reserved for our general meetings. However, this being a special circumstance as far as filling a vacancy of this board, I feel like it would be important for us to give the public an opportunity to have some sort of input on this process. Unfortunately, the process was changed a month or so ago and has compressed this decision-making process into 20 days rather than the 60 days we had. So it has dramatically hindered public engagement, public awareness. I think there's still probably folks out in the community that are unaware that we have a vacancy on the commission board now. And I feel that it's imperative that we have an opportunity to hear from anybody in the public that would like to address this matter. And I'm fine with limiting it to 3 minutes like we have in our general meetings. But I certainly think that that's something that we should hear from the people.
Okay, are there other comments on that topic?
I'm not in favor of that, and we've talked before. The reason being is we always have our public comment at the regular session. According to the general statute, we have to consult with the executive committee, which we have. And then that's up to us from that point on. I personally don't see any way that that ends good. I see it going downhill very quickly, and that's the sole reason for me not being in favor of that.
Okay, is anyone placing a motion on the floor in regards to this?
I would move that we add a public comment section to our agenda to precede the discussion of an appointment for the vacancy of Commissioner Strang's seat on this board.
Okay, you have heard the motion. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, hearing no second, that motion would die due to the lack of a second. And we will move now to discussion items, which first item on that list will be a discussion of filling the vacancy currently on the board. So I'll throw out a couple of options. We can have general discussion about this amongst the board, and then determine if we want to move forward with a motion. We can open up that discussion if somebody has a motion as to a specific way they would like to proceed, and then we can vote on that. I think either of those directions would be appropriate.
I'm fine with just a discussion on how it goes,
Okay.
and we'll go from there. And I don't have a problem starting it off if you want me to. And the goal of this, as we have all talked, was to be as respectful as possible. The way I look at it is we had an election. We have to appoint Commissioner Strang's position with a person from the same party. The people voted in that primary, and no matter who it is in that number 4 spot is who I think needs to fill that spot. To me, in my heart, that's how elections work. The people voted, so if we have a replacement, it should go to number 4. If there's another replacement, it should go to number 5, and so on down the list till we don't have any. To me, that's how that works. That happens to be Ray Helms. That's who that happens to be. So it's no secret that that's where my vote's going to be. There are other options out there, and I'll address them if they get brought up. I'm going to try not to bring up too many names, but the one thing I did want to bring up is we had 3 names that were given to us from our Republican Party, and I'm appalled. I'm just gonna be honest, I'm appalled at those 3 names. We have somebody that didn't do great, somebody that's been a Republican since January, and somebody that's been a Republican for 31 days. If that doesn't speak volumes to the voters of Cabarrus County, I don't know what does. We had thousands of people turn out to vote for that primary, and they used their voice and they used it to speak. And at this point, to have 3 nominations come up, and number 4 is not considered, number 5 is not considered, number 6 isn't considered, and we just go down the list to the very last, and then 2 other random names. To me, that's disrespectful to the people that we represent. And as being elected, that's how I feel, and my vote is for number 4. And so without going into names, I'll leave it at that for right now. If other names get brought up, I'll jump in and speak to those. But I think it's important for the people when they vote to understand that at a time when the party should have your best interest in mind, your opinion was totally disregarded. And that's where I'm going to leave it at.
And you remind me of another point, which I should have started out this discussion by talking a bit about the input from the party. And according to the statute, it says that in the event of a vacancy, the remaining board members shall name a replacement within 20 days of that vacancy occurring. It also says that the person must be, of course, the normal qualifications for office, which would be a resident of Cabarrus County, but they also must be a member of the same party as the resigning member. And then it says, the Board of Commissioners shall consult with that party, whichever one it should be, for their, it just says shall, it doesn't say for their recommendation, it just says shall consult. It goes on to say that the board is not bound by that recommendation. And so we have followed that policy. I think all of you I'll ask this in the form of, are all of you aware of the three names that were advanced by the Republican Party?
Yes.
And, yeah, so everyone is. So I wanted to, I should have started out with that discussion. But we do have that official notification from the party. I think they sent a copy of it to all of you as well. And Lauren shared it with the entire board. So fine. So I'll open it back up for discussion.
Well, over the course of the last almost 2 weeks since Commissioner Strang resigned, I don't know about the rest of these guys, but I probably have had at least 10, maybe 12 calls of people that what they would say they wanted to throw their name in the hat. This is not, in my opinion, a throw your name in the hat position, because it's a huge responsibility. There's a lot of people that call that are very qualified, very respectable, men and women full of integrity that could fill the spot, but there's a learning curve involved with this, as Commissioner Wortman can attest to, being the newest. Well, Chris had served before, so it's just pick up the ball and keep carrying it. But with Kenny here, it's a real steep learning curve, and we've got a lot of business to take care of over the next 18 months before the citizens elect somebody to fill the 2 vacancies that'll be then up for reelection. But what I wanted to do, from my own personal point of view, is I wanted to see us keep the ball rolling forward. I would prefer that it be a lady. I think that a lady needs to be on this board. Not that I'm against having 5 men on the board, but I think there needs to be a lady on the board. I think it needs to be someone that has been approved by the citizens already. It's somebody that can hit the ground running without having to have a learning curve. Someone that said that they were willing to pick up the ball and run with it. But I would dare not mention this person's name until I know that I've got the support to do that. And, I think that it would be giving an unfair advantage to somebody that knows they're going to run in November, whenever, or December, whenever they file for election next year. The primary will be in March, and it would be giving that person an unfair advantage over everybody else. Whereas you've got somebody that's willing, that does not want to run again next year, and so there wouldn't be any unfairness to that. And this person could just hit the ground running, we'd never miss a beat. Obviously Commissioner Strang will be gone, and we'll have her replacement, and the board functions normally, cohesively, and we can keep things moving forward. But, I don't want to bring a name up, Mr. Chairman, until we know where everybody's at, because I don't want nobody embarrassed, nobody's feelings hurt. That's more important to me than anything.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Shu, I don't think any of us want to embarrass anyone or hurt anybody's feelings intentionally or anything like that. I mean, this is just the business at hand before this board. And, if there's nominations out there, I feel it's our duty to hear them. But I think some of the issue that I've had as far as the process, there's not been a real clarification on the process. Commissioner Strain resigned, I guess, a couple weeks ago, and even walking into this meeting, it's not on the agenda, and that is very baffling to me. How potentially it's not even going to be addressed, and just let it go to the clerk of court, and like I said, that's baffling to me. And then as far as part of the state statute as consulting the party, can you explain, Chairman Morris, can you explain to me some about how the party was consulted or how that process went?
Certainly, I'd be glad to. And then in regards to your first question, which was the process, since I have served on this board, this is the third time this has occurred. The first time we had a resignation, we were under the former statute that called for the party of the resigning person to make an appointment to fill that position. So that's the way that position was filled. The second time it happened, we were under a different statute that said the board shall name a replacement within 60 days. And in that case, we had quite a bit more time, and so the board discussed a more formal process. And of course, by it being over 60 days, we had several opportunities to meet on our regular schedule to talk about that. And so in that case, we laid out a process by which interested people could contact the clerk of the board, fill out an application we came up with something not too elaborate, but it had some questions on it. And then they agreed to appear at one of our meetings to answer those questions publicly. And then based on that information, then we voted that night on which one of those candidates to choose. This time, now I will say in both of those previous resignations, we had some indication that resigning member had indicated in advance that this was going to happen. So there was an opportunity, even with that extended time frame, we still had even more time to kind of say, okay, how would you like to proceed on this? In this instance, we did not have any advance warning at all that this was going to happen. I was quite surprised to read the email making that indication. And so that time period was even further shortened because of that. I think also due to the fact that this resignation came on a Thursday, I think.
It was a Monday.
Was it a Monday? Came on whenever. It came the week before a holiday week, which is the 4th of July week. So that kind of fuzzied things up just a little bit as well. As far as the interaction with the party, I received a call from the chairman of the Republican Party that same night, and I think we've decided it was a Monday, so that was a Monday night, and had some conversation with him. And one of the questions that I posed to him, I said, before we talk about this anymore, I just want to make sure that you understand how the process works. as far as the involvement of the party. And his response was, yes, I do. I have read the statute and I understand how the process works. Subsequently, I've got a number of emails that I've received from him that would indicate that also. And so at one point during the process, I received input from one of our board members that they would like to go ahead and take steps to address the situation sooner than tonight. My response was what it would be to any board member, was let me check that out. I'm not sure what the rules surrounding that are. Any time that if we were to call we have two choices, and I've learned a bit about this over the last week, didn't know before, but under certain circumstances, we can call an emergency meeting. When we call an emergency meeting, then I believe it's at 3 hours. I think that we determine 2 or 3 hours notice that you have to give. But there are some parameters around what constitutes an emergency meeting. And so with discussion with both of our attorneys, the conclusion was reached that this did not constitute an emergency. So my answer back to that member was, we can't do an emergency meeting because this does not meet those parameters. Then the other option is a special called meeting. And if you have a special called meeting, then you have 48 hours notice that you have to give to the public. That would be, all the media outlets, and Lauren has a standard list of all, it has a name, sunshine list, of people that are notified. That's the group of people that receive all of our agendas when they go out, things of that nature. So it would have to go out to them, and it would be 48 hours notice. Where that got a little squirrely was, I think this discussion was being had on Thursday, and then so in that 48 hours would include a weekend. And so, the question I said, well, do you count weekends or not? I'm not sure we came up with a clear answer on that. And so if we didn't count, if it says 48 hours, if we're talking about regular business days, then that would be Friday and Monday. And then Tuesday was a holiday. And of course, a lot of people observe Monday as a long weekend as part of that 4th of July holiday. So there were issues there. So I know that at least one of the board members was planning to be out of town Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of that week. So if we had a special called meeting, then there would have only been 3 of us. So it did not seem practical to do that. So, I did what I said I would do, which was to find out the mechanics of that, and then reported that back, I think, to all of you, that it didn't look like that was a practical thing to do, either emergency or special called. And so I also, during that same period of time, consulted with the chairman of the Republican Party and said, just wanted to give you a heads up. I've had this request, not sure which direction it's going, but if you folks have got recommendations to forward to us, I would encourage you to do it as quickly as possible. The response that I got back from him was The earliest that we can do that will be the evening of Friday, July the 7th. That's the earliest that they could get together a quorum. And so my response was, well, since we are not going to do either of these other two things, then that should work fine. I then got an email from him saying, you will be notified immediately after our July the 7th meeting. I did not hear from him on July the 7th. I did not hear from him on July the 8th. I emailed him on the 9th, which was yesterday, and said, wanted to make sure I did not miss anything. And so I did get a response back on that email at 11:08 p.m. last night with the three names. And then there was an email that went out to our clerk at noon, I think 12:14 p.m. today with those three names. So that's everything I know about the process.
So with all that being said, why did we not have an item on our agenda today to address it, knowing today would be the only day that this board
The
could address it?
reason that we do not have an item on our agenda, and I think I have expressed that to all of you in an email as well, the initial question came from Commissioner Wortman, and my response to that was, we can add it to the agenda. It can be requested just as we have done today, and a majority of the board, if they vote in favor of it, then it will be added to the agenda. The reason that, in my opinion, and I think very much like what Commissioner Shue has voiced, is based on the individual conversations that have occurred one-on-one amongst the commissioners. The last report that I got was we had split. The three of you across from me, each of the three of you had a different idea. We did not have two people that agreed on any. My response was, well, if that's the case, then it would not matter what my vote was, because that would only reserve, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Whichever one that I would agree with, we would still only have two votes. And that's why we were verifying. I mean, my assumption was that we needed a majority, which was 3, and we clearly did not have that. So we can discuss it for as many hours as you would like, but as long as we have that set up with 3 different opinions.
Well, you have an opinion too. There's 4 of us. So
Well,
it's not that you don't have an opinion
Right. Oh.
either. So
Yeah,
don't
but
put
it
on
does-
us 3. You've got an opinion too.
Well,
So-
that could either be a 4th choice, or I could have the same opinion as any one of the 3 of you, and it would make no difference.
Yeah, so
We still
from
would
my
not
unders-
have a majority.
Right. So from my understanding, it was the chair and the vice chair have a name that they want to push.
That
So
is-
that's 2 agreed
Correct.
there. And then there was 1 and 1. So I don't think it was 3 and then you were still making up your mind from what I understand.
Well,
It was,
Doesn't make any difference.
Yeah,
That's
I
my
know, I'm
whole
just-
point, that you
I know.
just got the essence of my answer to your question.
Right.
Was that we can sit here and we can talk about this
Right.
for 4 hours if you'd like.
but just
and
because the
unless that-
chair,
So that's the reason
Right.
that it was not on the agenda.
so because the chair and the vice chair could not get a 3rd vote for a name, it was just left off the agenda. It was just left
It
off
was
the
left
agenda.
off, no, it wasn't left off the agenda for that reason. It was left off the agenda.
That's the way it
because
was just
the
explained.
board could not come up with a majority vote for any candidate.
Okay.
And so, if we continue down that path, then it will automatically, I think that the 20th day is Saturday of this week. I believe that's correct. And somebody can verify that. It's either Saturday or Sunday. It might be Sunday. And so that will be the 20th day. And if we do not have a majority of this board that has voted for a candidate, then that selection will go to the clerk of Superior Court, and the statute indicates that he shall, under the same parameters that we had, it has to be a person of the same party. It also, I think it also says he shall consult with the executive committee of the party, and then he shall name a replacement within 10 days. So we can talk about it as long as you want to.
Yeah. Well, I think my issue has been with the process, and clearly I have made that known that, I was not in favor of the 20-day change. I'm still voicing my opposition to that. It's not given us, sure, we have each talked. I think you've called me once about that potential emergency meeting at that time. But 20 days is entirely too short of notice. There's still more conversations to be had. I would have liked to have seen a process, as you had mentioned for the second appointment that you had went through, that there was an application process that it gave more opportunity for the public to be engaged and involved and people to be aware, and folks that we may not know that would want to apply for that position would be able to have an opportunity. So anyway, that's my opinion.
Okay, well, I have explained the mechanics of what we've done and why we have done it and that sort of thing. And so I will now talk about my opinions as a board member on this. And I think that there are multiple different directions that we can go in this process, which, as it stands right now, it really doesn't make any difference in the outcome. But I think and I think that all of them are valid. Commissioner Workman has talked about picking the next highest vote getter in the recent election, the most recent election. I think that could be a credible decision. There are other people that I have spoken with that said, well, it should be the next highest vote getter in the election for the person that has resigned. So in this case, that would be a different person. So both of those, I think, could be credible. Either the highest vote getter in the most recent election or the highest vote getter in the election where this person was elected. That's one way of thinking. There are other people out there that say you should take a look at the people that have indicated that they desire to. Well, let me go back on that first one. Both of these people have lost elections. That's just a fact, and that's the one thing that we can be absolutely sure of. In every election we have, someone is going to lose, and someone is going to win. That's just the way it operates. So both of these individuals, these next highest vote getters, have in essence lost an election. So that was the voters' voice in that election. Then there's another group of people that say, well, you should pick the candidates for the next election, those people that said they have planned to file in December of 2023 to run in a March the 5th primary in 2024, you should pick the best candidate and appoint them to this vacancy, thereby giving them some perceived advantage in the next election. I personally do not feel comfortable with that process because I think that, as I just said, I think the voters should make that decision. The voters should decide who they think should be the winner in that primary on March the 5th. And for this board to pick someone who has indicated a desire to be elected in that election and give them a perceived advantage by appointing them to that position, I think is interfering in the election process. There are also a group of people that say, well, that could hurt that individual in their election efforts, because there would be people in the community that would perceive that this board was trying to manipulate the election results by appointing someone and giving them an advantage. So that could slice both ways. I think more of the people that I've talked to have felt like it gives that person an advantage. So at any rate, that means that this board would be taking an action to try to impact the results of future elections, which I am very respectful of the election process, the campaign process. That's the process where you put your name out in front of the public. You provide them opportunities to ask you questions, to listen to the information you put out. And so to short circuit that process in any way does not feel good to me. And then the third option is one like Commissioner Shue has indicated. And this would be the option that is most appealing to me, is that if you have someone who has indicated that they are willing to serve in an interim capacity, they have no desire to run in a future election, they have experience in the position, you're not giving any election advantage or disadvantage to anyone, or trying to manipulate the process in any way. That's the avenue that feels most comfortable to me. And so we can certainly continue to discuss this as long as you would like, but as I perceive it, our options are, at this point, we can either continue to have general discussion, someone can, I don't know if we have to have a motion, but we can have a motion. Basically, what I would be looking for is consensus as to how you'd like to proceed, but we can open up the nomination process. Each board member can have an opportunity to nominate an individual that they think would be good to fill this vacancy. And then at the end of that process, then we would close the nominations and we would call for a vote on those persons that were nominated. I think in this circumstance, that would be a maximum of 4 people. Each commissioner would have an opportunity to put forth the person. It could be as few as 1, as many as 4. I don't think it could be more than 4 if we're following that process. The alternative to that, which is one that I do not feel comfortable with because I don't think we have a real accurate record, is we could present a list of every single person that has voiced a willingness to serve in that capacity or throw their hat in the ring or whatever term you choose to use, and then each commissioner would have 1 vote to choose from that. I think, and I unfortunately did not bring my list with me, but I think I've got 8 or 10 on the list, and I know that there are some. I've heard a couple of you mention some names that have been brought forward to you that have not contacted me. So I think we would need to pool all those together. I would not, I don't see any real advantage to doing that. But those are the options that I see. So I would like to hear some feedback from the rest of the board as to how you would like to proceed.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Ray Helms. That's the one I want, and that's the motion I'm going to make regardless of where this decision goes. We could talk about it for hours, but that's where I'm going, and my motion is to nominate Ray Helms as the number 4 in votes. He was the next in line, and I would like to see him fill that spot.
Okay, and I might have to call on our parliamentarian again to make sure that we're doing this correctly, but the motion that you made would require a second. So an alternative to that would be to make a motion to open the floor for nominations, and then we could vote on that motion, and then each commissioner would have an opportunity to indicate their name. But to stay online, I think I would need to ask for, is there a second to Commissioner Wortman's motion? Okay, hearing none, that motion would fail due to the lack of a second.
So it seemed, as you had mentioned, as you're talking about this process and going through it, we have each been contacted by different individuals and not, we each do not have a list of names that are the same. Like I said, we have all been approached by different folks with different names, and so we don't even know all the names out there. It would have been good if there was a process where the names were funneled through and we were all kept up to date of who's interested in this position, rather than, somebody's contacted you. I may not know who that name is. Somebody may have contacted Commissioner Shue, said they were interested. I may not know who that person is. It seems like it would have been a better process for all of us to be on the same page with who is interested.
Well, you have witnessed exactly what I was hoping we wouldn't do. I mean, there's nothing been said tonight between us that we haven't already discussed amongst ourselves. So we haven't made any ground on that. I told the chairman when we were talking initially after Commissioner Strang had resigned that you can make it as long and drawn out and as complicated as you want to, or you can make it simple. And I preferred to make it simple, simply because we've got someone that is qualified, that can jump in there, and we won't even miss it. Nothing. I mean, we'll just keep going. The progress of the county's business will continue to move forward because this person is acclimated already and ready to roll. And the reason, Commissioner Meismer, that we did not have this on here was because we knew from talking amongst ourselves that we had a split board. And we didn't want to bring something up and kick it around for an hour, which is what we've done, and haven't accomplished anything. When what we could have done was just open the floor up for nominations, just like we did. And Commissioner Wortman made his nomination. It failed because of a lack of a second. And that was with no disrespect toward Ray Hams. I'm gonna tell you, Ray Hams is as fine a man as I know. He's a great guy. I've known his wife a long time. We used to be best friends, went to school together. But a fine person. But I didn't want to see anybody's name brought up and then, for whatever reason, they didn't get the nomination. So that was my whole point to start with. And, I really, Mr. Chairman, I do not really want to see this go to the court's decision. This is the board's decision. We should be able to make a decision. And I feel like that if we can't do that tonight, then I feel like that you as our chairman should write a letter to the clerk of court and give him the list of the names that we've talked about. But see, we hadn't even narrowed it down because we felt like that for whatever reason, I mean, we've had lawyers, we've had senators, we've had people that's in public positions already that have, very highly qualified people. This is a tough decision for us to make. But if you feel like that I can make a motion, I'd like to make a motion, but I don't know which way to go, because I don't want to embarrass this person.
Sure. Commissioner Shue, you're right about, you say that, you didn't want to bring this up because, we may spend an hour discussing it and nothing's resolved. And that may be the case, but it is our duty to have this conversation in public and not us just individually speaking to one another. We're here elected by the people and the taxpayer, and they want us to have this discussion publicly, not one by one on the phone. And my concern is we're having those discussions. I know that 3 commissioners have not gotten together and had this discussion themselves, but having these meetings or these phone conversations one-on-one or whatever, whether it's phone or coffee, whatever it may be, we're having those discussions, which we can rightfully do outside of this public platform. But for us to for it not even to be on the agenda and then just go straight to the clerk of court, that's not transparency. Transparency is us discussing this in a public setting. And yes, we're going to have disagreements. I mean, that's just the way it is. And, we're not always going to agree on everything. 95% of what we do, we all agree on. But there's a little bit that's not. And I don't see any problem with this discussion taking place. Very well, we don't have the votes. It goes to the clerk of court. That's the process. That's the way it goes. But we should have at least addressed it like we're doing now.
As a point of clarification on the matter that we mentioned earlier, according to our rules of procedure, it says the voting shall continue until a nominee receives a majority of votes cast during a single balloting. And that is the final step in what I referred to earlier. If you had a large number, how you would bring that number down. Then the other, the statute that we operate under says if for, well, first of all, it says, goes through the, I think all this is kind of designed like if you have a plane crash and you lose 3 members at one time, how the succession goes. But the final word is if for any other reason the remaining members of the board do not fill a vacancy within 20 calendar days, so that answers the questions about weekends and so forth. After the vacancy occurs, the clerk shall immediately report the vacancy to, when I say the clerk, that means the clerk of our board, Lauren, shall immediately report the vacancy to the clerk of Superior Court of the county. The clerk of Superior Court shall, within 10 calendar days after the day the vacancy is reported to him, fill the vacancy. And so, excuse me, I think I was incorrect what I said earlier. The board has the requirement to consult with the party and so forth. The clerk, according to what I'm reading, it says if the number of vacancies on the board is such that a quorum of the board cannot be obtained, that was the plane crash scenario I was talking about, then it says, prescribes a process there about registered voters making requests and so forth. But yeah, that's that he does not have requirements, although is assumed that it must be the same party, but it doesn't state that in this sentence.
It may go back to 153A27.
Yeah, which does, I think, does state that, yeah. So, yeah, it's kind of like a lot of other statutes. It depends on another statute, et cetera, and so forth. But I think that's very, very accurate, and I'm reading from the actual statute.
That's the local legislation.
Right, that passed,
They just passed in May.
right. So, we're back to where we were before. We can, we can decide that we're at an impasse and move on to our next item of business. We can continue to discuss, or someone can make a motion to open nominations, and then we'll vote on them. Thank you.
I think it's an impasse at this point. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. We've all talked, and like I said, we don't need to drag it out. I did what I felt I had to do and what was right. I'm good with it. So I think it's an impasse.
Do we have consensus on that? I guess since nobody's making a motion, we must. So based on that feedback, and we have a little bit of flexibility here, if I read this correct, and I'll count on the attorney to correct me here. It says that, well, it says if they do not fill a vacancy within 20 calendar days, the clerk shall immediately notify the clerk of Superior Court, and he will have 10 days from that date. And so that date could be tomorrow. If we make no plans to meet additionally and discuss this, so that clock could start ticking tomorrow, or if there's a majority of this board that says, I think we should have a special called meeting 48 hours from now to discuss this further, then we could have that discussion, and then she would notify him. So I guess it's a matter of determining when the board has decided, okay, we're not going to take action on this. And so you have a little bit of flexibility there.
The 20 days, would it not legally start until after we haven't made a decision? We can't count the 20 days as tomorrow. If we say we're to
Oh, it doesn't
impasse,
say after 20 days, it says,
but I mean,
Oh,
if
if-
we just say we're to impasse, then
Well,
it would
that's
wait
true.
until it expires and then,
that's a debatable thing. So it says, if she sends him a letter tomorrow, if this board says, okay, we've reached an impasse and the 20 days are not up, and she sends him a letter tomorrow, does his 10 days start ticking then?
Yes, yes.
That was the way I interpret it. Now, if this board indicates that they're still working on it or still thinking about it, or there's some possibility that something might change between now and the 20th day, then she wouldn't send the letter. But that's a little, it very clearly says the clerk shall immediately report the vacancy to the clerk of Superior Court of the county. So I guess that's like, I think that lawyers do that on purpose. They write things like that are, so that we have to
You didn't have to go that way.
secure their services
But
to
we-
get an
But
interpretation.
we didn't draft that.
Right, I know. I'm talking about other lawyers.
I would say this, because your 20 days is not up, I don't know that you want to foreclose yourself out of using the remaining time that you would have to maybe come up with an agreement that you could, or at least maybe decide that you do want to hold a special called meeting. That would be the only thing I would say about the procedure that we're looking at from here. I don't know that I would make tonight your final decision unless you just want to, but you need to understand that you still do have some time in which you could still legally meet and do something different if you want to.
Somebody might have an epiphany between now and Sunday.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to make a clarification. If we have an impasse, the 20 days is elapsed, and you send a letter to the clerk of court, or our clerk does, do we list all the names of people that have indicated?
It does not indicate that in the statute. Now,
how
as
do we
a matter
determine-
of courtesy, this board could decide that that's the way that they would like to proceed. We could list, and so that's going to mean each board member turning in a list of the people that have contacted them to compile that list. I don't know that that has to be made public. I mean, that kind of goes, there is no one that has contacted me that I would say, oh, absolutely not. They're not qualified to do it. I think they were all very well-intentioned people that were willing to serve. And so, it's not a matter of deciding which one is better or not, and but people, I personally would not like to see anybody embarrassed or penalized for stepping up. And some people are very thick-skinned and wouldn't think a thing about it, and others a little bit more sensitive to it. But yeah, we can do however you'd like. Now, if we had gone through a nomination process where we nominated particular individuals and voted on them, my personal opinion would be that we should make the clerk aware of that. Of course, it would be done in public session, so that information would be available to them anyway. But that's not required in the statute, that we do either. But I think we have some flexibility there as to, we want, or certainly I can say, I won't say we, I'll speak for myself. I would want to provide him with any information that might be helpful to him in formulating his decision. Because this puts him in, I dare say, this puts him in a more awkward position than us. Because whatever decision that we would make would be a consensus of this board, just like any other decision. And to throw that off onto one person, and that's pretty heavy responsibility, but that's the way the law reads.
Any document that you provide to the clerk would be a public record.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to say this too, and, we've talked about this for too much time already, in my opinion, but anyway, to hopefully answer Commissioner Meesmer's concerns about the 20-day rule of the legislator, the very thing that you're experiencing here right now with an impasse, what if the scenario, and this is what we were trying to prevent when we lobbied our legislators to change this to 20 days, was what if we had another economic development package such as Eli Lilly or Golden Home or Red Bull or Roush, these mega million-dollar businesses that want to come to Cabarrus County, and we can't even agree on an economic development incentive package for them to help bring them here because we got a split board. And so that's why we cut it down to 20 days, and hopefully these businesses would work with us for 20 days to get a full board to make a vote for whatever we needed to do to help bring them here, bring the tax base here, and bring the jobs here. So that was one of the motivating factors for me, was so that we wouldn't be sitting around here for 60 days or longer waiting to get enough votes to help bring that business here. So that was one of the reasons that we did that. contrary to public belief, they thought maybe I was going to resign or something. I don't have any intentions of resigning. Don't have any intentions of retiring. I like public service. I like working with you guys, and I like staying busy. I think it keeps me going. And so, but I think that there was a lot of misconception out there, misinformation. And, but that was the motivating factor. And Mr. Chairman, if you want to elaborate on that, you can, but I think that was the reason we did that.
Well, I think you're absolutely correct. And I think this is a perfect example of that. And that was the concern, was being a 5-member board. If we have a vacancy of 1 member, and then we have votes that are 2-2. Anytime if we have a motion to come on the floor right now, and the vote is 2-4 and 2 against, then according to our rules, it fails. And then there are certain limitations as to when it can be brought back up for discussion again, once it fails. And it's not really relevant right now, but so on some of these projects, just as you mentioned, some of the things that we vote on are very time sensitive, and if just like this issue is time sensitive, the difference is on this issue, there are very specific guidelines as to what happens if you don't make a decision, and that was a question that I asked before requesting that this change be instituted, was what happens if we have 2 votes for this and 2 votes for this? Well, nothing happens. It just dies, and it would be just as we're experiencing right now. And so a lot of these projects that come before us, folks that are wanting to make investments in the county, that are wanting to provide jobs for our citizens, are very time sensitive. And if we say to those folks, come back and check with us in 70 days, so that's just over 3 months, or just over 2 months. Come check with us a little over 2 months. Well, there are a number of them that would move on to the next location because of that kind of delay. So we need a decision, and there are a number of other time sensitive issues as well. I think the thing that concerns me most about the process that we're engaged in tonight is we are sending the message to all of those folks out in our community, as well as those outside of our community, that says these guys are not capable of making a decision. They are not capable of compromising. They are not capable of building consensus. You could go on with any number of different descriptions of that, but at the end of the day, they have spent 1 hour and 15 minutes discussing a matter. They cannot compromise. They cannot build consensus, and so they've done absolutely nothing. And so that concerns me, because that is not the normal behavior of this board. I think we have been incredibly successful in so many things, as has been mentioned before, things that we agree on. Unfortunately, those probably all get lumped together in one big batch, and the ones that we don't agree on or find ourselves in a situation like this are the ones that get the most attention. You don't usually get a lot of news coverage and headlines for just going along smoothly and doing things the way that you should, and that's kind of unfortunate. Those are the things we should celebrate, not the times when we're unable to do that.
Well, I, for one, have had no issue spending an hour and 15 minutes discussing this. I feel like there's probably a lot of people that have watched it and felt that is necessary, to hear this discussion and how it's come to an impasse. We're not all gonna, I don't understand this mentality all the time of that we all have to agree. We're not gonna all agree on things. That's why there's 5 members. Now there's only 4, but we'll have a 5th. But that's why there's multiple commissioners, because we each have different opinions. We're here to discuss things. If we all agreed on something or talked to each other on the phone and had an agreement before we get to a meeting, that's not transparency. And I feel like this is necessary, and I don't, we may not come to an agreement, but I feel it's necessary to have this discussion.
Well, I think that transparency is an excellent word, and I think it's something that we all aspire to, particularly when we're doing the work of the public. But we have not been transparent in this discussion. And we have not been transparent for reasons that we have stated quite publicly, is that we are trying to be sensitive to individual people's feelings, reputations, etc. So we have not been transparent. If we were going to be transparent in this discussion that we're having about filling this seat, then we would put a list up on the board there of every single person that has contacted us, and we would go down that list and discuss each one of those people and their merits and lack thereof. That would be, in my opinion, transparent. And we certainly have that option. Should if you want to be totally transparent, then that's what we should do. For us to say, well, we really don't want to talk about it, and we're going to send it across the street for somebody else to worry about. So that's the way I look at it. And I'm not making a recommendation either way particularly, but that is the reason that I was in favor of not having the discussion, because we've had the discussion and we still haven't been transparent. We still have not communicated anything to the public other than the fact that we can't agree. And that's what we're communicating to the outside world as well. So, and I will ask again, how would you like to proceed? Would you like to end this discussion and refer it on, or would you like to open the floor for nominations, or how would you like to proceed?
Well, under the rules, the 48-hour rule, I think that once Wednesday gets here, this is Monday, when Wednesday gets here, the latest that we could have a meeting, unless we would called it for the weekend, and I prefer not, that would be over beyond the 20 days to do that. So if we haven't had anyone that has a change of heart or whatever, where we can compromise from Wednesday forward, then we should just go ahead and send it over to the clerk of court's office. And if you remember, you and I talked, Steve, about that was one of my suggestions to start with, because I felt like that we were where we are at an impasse, and all we've done was waste a bunch of people's times, and we hadn't accomplished anything. And unless there's a change of heart between now and Wednesday to have a specially called meeting for Friday, then we're at an impasse, and Saturday would be the 20 days anyway. So I would say that the clerk should notify the clerk of court, our clerk should notify the clerk of court that we're at an impasse if we hadn't had any response, say 5 o'clock on Wednesday. And
Let's see, 5 o'clock on Wednesday, if we gave 48 hours notice, that would allow us to meet at 5 o'clock on Friday.
Friday. And then on Saturday, the 20 days is up anyway, so it's not gonna matter.
Yeah, I think there's something in our rules about I don't know, is there anything in our rules about meeting on weekends? We cannot. We can. Yeah, we have our retreats like on Saturday and that sort of thing.
And like I say, I would prefer not to do that, because
Right.
I think this is, what we're doing is unnecessary to start with. You know, I would rather, as I mentioned, I don't want to be redundant, but I tried to prevent this, and it didn't happen. It just didn't happen. And it bothers me to know that we may have issues. If we didn't have the 20-day rule, this could go on for 60 days.
Yeah,
The same thing could just go on multiple issues. And the county's business is at a standstill because we can't make a decision. And I know, the county manager looks in and says, what am I supposed to do? You guys don't make no decision.
so
And
I would
so-
have, I mean, I'm fine with what you said.
Yeah,
I would just
yeah.
make one suggestion that we set that Wednesday at 12 noon.
Okay, that's
In the
fine.
event that we would call a special meeting, I would prefer not to put us in a position where we would ask staff to come back to stay on a Friday evening for a
Us to-
meeting, for us to chit-chat some more.
Same thing. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm not anticipating we're going to do it, but just in case. Is that, so are you making that in the form of a motion?
I can, yes.
Okay, and so the motion is, and correct me if I get it wrong, that we discontinue discussion of this topic, and any member can forward a request before noon on Wednesday to call a special meeting on Friday, which that, according to the 48 hours, would be after 12 noon on Friday, to begin this discussion again. Now, we probably need to clarify how we make that decision. If somebody just says, well, I think we ought to meet again, I think we ought to have another chat about this, and there's no real substantial change in opinions. I'm just thinking through who makes that decision about, yes, we call a special meeting, or no, we don't, because we were not in session, we can't vote. Now, we could call each member individually. Would that be legal?
I was just trying to think of, it's still, I think only one commissioner can call for a special meeting.
So any one member can make that decision. Okay, cool, then that's covered.
I just want, if we have to come back Friday, I'm gonna put the list up. Because if we're gonna call the impasse right now, I'm trying my best to respect thick skin and thin skin and people's opinions. But that gives people time to call and notify them, to tell them, look, if we have to meet on this again Friday, I say put the list up. I mean, because when we move forward with our mission statement, our vision statement, everything we've been working on, we talk about transparency, accountability. We've had people show up and accuse us of it, even though they were wrong. And you got to prove it that they're wrong. I'm desperately trying here to protect the people you guys are talking about. But if I have to come back for a special meeting, I'm putting a list up. I'm just going to put it out there. There's no reason for us to have the same talking without actually just moving forward. Here's the names, here's what they want, yes, no. And that gives everybody enough time to contact people, say, hey, if you want it for real, we're going to put your name on it. If I have to come back again Friday, because, I mean, we've made no progress. So are we really going to make any more progress by Friday? So I'm just putting it out there. If we have to come back Friday, I'd like, and give them transparency. I got nothing to hide. You want names, there they are. I'm willing to try to do it this way right now, just because. But that's kind of where I stand on if I got to come back on Friday.
Okay, well, we have a motion on the floor. We do not have a second.
And that My motion does not include putting the list up, Mr. Chairman.
Okay?
Would you consider an amendment to your motion to put the list up on Friday?
No, because I don't want people's names exposed and going down the list, voting on this one, voting on that one. That, in my opinion, is the citizens' job at election time. Not ours. It's not our decision to do that. Our decision is, our responsibility is to make an appointment. That's what the citizens elected us to do. It's not the citizens' position to replace the board member. It's our position to do that, and that's where the disconnect comes between me and Commissioner Meismer. The citizens have their responsibility at election time at the polls. We have the responsibility to take care of replacing the board member as part of our normal business requirements. And so, I don't want to expose people. You know, we did that one time before when we went through the, looking at all the different names and this and that and all, and people went away with hurt feelings, and I don't want that. Now, I'm not about that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and we do not have a second. So that motion fails due to the lack of a second. And so in the spirit of trying to end this, I move that we open the floor for nominations for a replacement for the vacant position on the board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. So we will open the floor for nominations. And as I mentioned earlier, each commissioner has the opportunity to make a nomination. So we could have a maximum of 4, a minimum of 0. And when we get ready to vote, then each commissioner will have 1 vote for 1 nominee. Then if any nominee gets a majority, as I read from our rules earlier, which would be 3 votes, then that person shall be deemed the winner. So we will now open the floor for nominations, as indicated by the motion.
How does this work that we've already had 1 nomination?
Well, we haven't had 1 nomination yet. That failed for the lack of a second, so that nomination could be placed. Now we've opened the floor for nominations. So, does anybody have a name that they would like to put up for vote?
Ray Helms.
Okay. Is there another name? I would nominate former Commissioner Diane Honeycutt. She has indicated, she did not come forward. I went to her and said, would you be willing to fill this position for approximately 18 months, the remainder of this term, and do you have any desire to run for election again? And her response was, I do not have a desire to run again. That's why I did not run for re-election last time, but I would be willing to fill the vacancy if asked to do so. So that is two names. Is there an additional nomination? Hearing none, do I hear a motion that nominations be closed?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the nominations. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion passes, and we will move to a vote. We have two nominees. All in favor of Ray Helms, raise your right hand. Okay. All in favor of Diane Honeycutt, raise your right hand. Okay, that is one vote for Ray Helms, 2 votes for Diane Honeycutt, and Commissioner Meismer, I assume you are abstaining. In a normal vote, an abstention without permission is counted as a yes vote, but since this is not a yes or no vote, I don't think that applies.
I would agree.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we do not have a majority, which we have to have 3 votes to be successful. So we can open the floor for additional nominations and go through the process again, or we can choose to move on with the rest of the business on our agenda.
I would move that we send this to the clerk of court for his decision.
At what time?
I'm fine with now. But if there needs to be, I'm fine with us having the impasse this evening, sending it off. But I am open to extending that if.
Okay,
if somebody-
and pardon me for not remembering correctly, because we've gone, did the motion pass about, it did not pass. You didn't have a second, that's right. Okay. You're good then.
Okay.
Okay, so you move that we send a letter to the clerk of court tomorrow's business day. I added that in,
Yeah.
and you're shaking your head, yes, sir. Stating that we have reached an impasse on this, and according to North Carolina statute, well, this one doesn't have a number yet, so.
That's a
Local bill. Yeah, anyway, we'll provide that information. 153A27. And so, and making him aware of the fact that that statute says within 10 days. And that clock will start ticking as soon as he receives that letter. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Part of that motion or part of the statutes that are included, would that include that his pick or his I guess, appointee would be of the same party?
I think that goes back to the original statute. Is that?
That's a 153A27.
Yeah.
It would fall under 153-27C. So to be eligible for an appointment to fill a vacancy, a person must be a member of the same political party as being replaced and be a resident of the same district if it's divided into electoral districts.
Is there a time requirement on how long that member has to be a member of the party?
There is not.
So they could literally go change their party tomorrow and.
Theoretically.
They could have done it today if we'd have moved a little faster, but the board's closed now. Okay, any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. And we move to the next item on our agenda, which is provider presentations for the Arena and Events Center. And I will turn the floor over to Rodney Harris to introduce that item.
Good evening. As you know, we submitted a request for proposals back in February, and we received two responses to that proposal. And this evening, you're going to hear from each of those submitters. One is our incumbent provider, and then a second provider that is interested in operating the arena. The intent for today is that each of them will go through about a 20-minute presentation, and then about 10 minutes of Q&A if you have any questions. And then that should take about an hour. And then hopefully we will bring it back in August for further discussion with the board and look for some direction from the board. You have in your packet both proposals. They're pretty lengthy, and so hopefully over the next few weeks we can go through any questions that you have to make sure you're ready to make a decision when we get into August and September. And then for your information, the agreement with ASM runs until the summer of 2025, so we have plenty of time to make a decision. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to ASM Global first, and I'll let them introduce themselves and then go through their presentation.
Hello, Commissioners. I think we all know each other, but I'm Kenny Robinson. I'm sorry. There we go. I'm Kenny Robinson. I'm serving as the General Manager at Cabarrus Arena, and it's been my privilege to serve our community over the last 20 years. Started a few months after the venue was built, first as a county employee, and then for the last 17 or so years as an employee of SMG, now known as ASM Global. I have with me Les Crooks. Les is Regional Vice President with ASM Global that supports the operation at Cabarrus Arena and Event Center. And we appreciate the chance to come before you this evening to revisit some of the successes we've had at Cabarrus Arena and share a little information, share some thoughts on some new and innovative ideas that ASM Global has for the venue, and hopes of reaching your vision for the venue as a resource in the community and as a resource for Cabarrus County as a tourism destination. So with that, I'll ask Les to tell us a little bit about ASM Global.
First off, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity today. We appreciate it and have appreciated our partnership with the county. You can take those two handsome guys down and go to the next one. So we'll want to talk a little bit about ASM Global. It's a little different company from what you've used to seen from us. We are about 3.5 years old now. We underwent a merger with AEG Facilities about 3.5 years ago. That merger has combined us with one of the leading event and promoters in the country, and as well as SMG, which was the former entity that ran the venue for years here. So we have over 350 plus venues worldwide, ranging anywhere from NFL stadiums to Cabarrus County Arena and convention centers, and as well as equestrian parks and arenas, you name it, we've got a few of them. So, but at our core, we're a government contractor. We understand the processes for public administration and the especially as it relates to stewards of the significant public assets that you entrust to us. In this case, Cabarrus Arena and Event Center. We've got a long-term relationship, as I mentioned before, with the county, and many of our clients are long-term relationships, such as this one. Coming out of COVID, we're a different company now. We've rebounded tremendously under our CEO, Ron Bentian, and have a lot of new initiatives. We've got new people. We've got new expanded resources, which we'll cover, and an entrepreneurial spirit that will definitely benefit the event center and the county, and we'll strive to reach that level of excellence that you've come to expect from us. Next slide.
So, some of the successes we've celebrated here locally, here at Cabarrus Arena and Event Center, and I'm going back to 2008. Since then, we've increased our facility use days by 75%. The fiscal year that we just ended a week and a half ago, we did 175 different events at Cabarrus Arena and Event Center, spread out across 400 event days, very nearly a record for both of those. I think it tied the record for use days and was a few short for the number of events. We've also increased revenue since SMG took over operations in 2005 by 325%. Our financial statements, while not completely final yet, will be published in a few days, and it's going to show that revenue for the venue was $2.6 million. That's significant because this year, fiscal year '23, shown an increase of $275,000 over the previous record, 10% improvement just this past year. While not written into the agreement, the management agreement that we've had, there's kind of been an understanding that lowering the operating deficit was definitely a goal, and we have done that consistently since 2005. Again, the financial statements, which will be published in a few days, are going to show that operating subsidy being $470,000, within a few $1,000s of the best the venue has ever seen back before COVID. And a little bit about programming. We have something for everyone. The 175 events that we hosted last year, I'm going to give you a few numbers. Bear with me on these. There were 3 concerts, 26 sporting events, 36 consumer shows, 4 trade shows, 8 family entertainment events, things like circuses, monster truck shows, that sort of thing. 9 educational events, things done with the school system and for our young people. 21 business meetings, business events, 11, for lack of a better word, community events. Another 17 events for local and state government, and 3 performing arts events. So we do a lot. There's a lot of events, broad interest for what the public may have an interest in, and so we have a little something for everyone.
So what Kenny's just talked about is certainly a testament to himself and the local team here. What ASM Global brings to the table is certainly you would engage with us at a scale of network professionals. We've got, as you can see, our wheel of expertise areas here. We've got subject matter experts in each one of these, and Kenny and his team are able to take advantage of those as they move through and might have questions in each one of these areas. We've got 80-plus industry professionals on our team right now. Many of them are working with them to support operations, food and beverage, marketing, and programming on a regular basis here at the event center. But the true value of this is it brings together the shared experiences of all of our folks to be able to help create a better experience for the citizens of Cabarrus County and the users of the facility. So ASM Global Acts is something that we've developed since the pandemic. It's 3 pillars, very simple: protect the environment, invest in people, and strengthen our communities. We pride ourselves in being leaders in these areas and working with our partners, such as Cabarrus County, to make sure that we are aligned with their goals. It's a significant public asset, as I've mentioned before, Cabarrus Arena and Event Center. And it's something that we take a lot of pride in, our ability to operate it, and make sure that it's something that appeals to many people in the community here. as the people's venue, as I just called it somewhat. We've got a responsibility to maintain the venue properly, to reduce waste, and maximize operating efficiency. I think you've heard Kenny talk about that a little bit, how we've been able to accomplish that. We also want to create an environment of inclusion and opportunity for not only our employees, but also for local businesses. And finally, to engage in improving the vitality of the community in which we operate, working with all of our destination partners to make sure that happens. Going the wrong way. So I want to take that opportunity now to talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that we're proposing and how that.
Bear with me just a second. Got a little bit of a lag. There we go.
So one of the things we've created during this, one of the new initiatives we've created as a company is we are launching the ASM Global Media Network. What that is, it is a new revenue opportunity for all of our venues that have digital signage that we're able to go to advertisers such as Amazon and pharmaceutical companies and folks who want to reach our patrons to be able to advertise in the venue, which is at no cost to the venue here. It does bring revenue in those. So it's a value add for event organizers, but what it does, it helps to elevate the event experience and it brings revenue to our partner and it helps improve the bottom line. Naming rights is an area that I think we'd like to talk about with your approval, obviously, but we think there's an opportunity there for a naming rights package for the venue. We can do the valuation on it, the packaging and the selling. I'll cover that in a little bit. It helps minimize the operating subsidy as well. And it definitely increases the branding and marketing opportunities for the venue when you get a partner such as a naming rights partner. So we do have a commercial partnerships division. That's also begun recently, but we have done over $1 billion in the last 5 years. So we're not new at this, even though the division is new. We've got venue and multi-level partnerships, both on an international and a local level, as well as a national level. And then, as I talked about earlier, the Global Media Network it's the world's largest live event platform, and it's something we're really excited about. Some of the recent naming rights successes are listed below. It's Boeing Center in the San Antonio area, Desert Diamond Arena, which is in the Phoenix area, Toyota Arena is in Ontario, California, and T-Mobile Center is in Kansas City. We have the ability to sell large and all-encompassing sponsorships, and you don't have to go outside to pay somebody else to do that. One of the things we've talked about is looking at our food and beverage operation and improving and branding those stands there. They could use a refresh, and we want to make sure that we're investing in that. And as part of our capital investment that we proposed, we would propose that some of this money goes toward that and increasing the number of portables that we can use. We found a direct correlation in the fact that the number of points of sale where people can purchase food and beverage, as those numbers increase and we lower the number per patron, the per cap on the food and beverage increases. We've seen it go on, we've actually seen an increase typically in the 12 to 15% range, just getting it down in the 1 to 100 range. That's our goal. We really shoot for 1 to 75, which again, once we get into that level, it shows another increase, but our team there is very excited about the opportunities that this will bring, and we think this is a good value for the capital dollars that we're willing to invest.
As we talk about community engagement, it being the people's venue. It's a resource for the county. I wanted to make sure that I brought forward some of the things we do currently, and things that will continue, and maybe a thing that we'll reintroduce that shows you the place the venue has in the community. We have operated the venue since its inception by doing everything that we possibly can in-house, not using subcontractors, not outsourcing anything unless we really have no expertise. And the only two things that come to mind that we ask other folks to come and help us with are armed security, which is we ask Cabarrus County Sheriff's Department to provide, and medical service. Everything else we try to do in-house if at all possible. That does not mean it's 100% of the time, but it's exceptionally rare for us to bring ticket sellers, ticket takers, ushers, custodians, landscaping folks, food and beverage workers. All of that's done in-house. We employ, it fluctuates a little bit by time of year, but we generally employ about 100 people on our payroll at Cabarrus Arena. 12 of those are full-time folks. The balance are part-time as needed folks. I'm happy to say that we have an incredibly stable staff. Our full-time folks, even after COVID and the disruption it caused, our average length of service among those 12 folks is just shy of 10 years. It's more than 9.5, but not quite 10 years. Our part-time folks, this is even more remarkable. Average length of service, 7.8 years. So we have experienced people that are good at what they do. The pay's not great, so that tells you they're doing it because they actually like doing what they're doing. They feel part of this community, and I think there's two exceptions in our entire staff. All of them are residents of Cabarrus County. One of the things we do every year in our budget is carve out a particular part of our labor budget just for disadvantaged folks that have some kind of challenge finding and holding a job. It's fluctuated a little since COVID. It's not quite this number now, but we were at about 15% of our workforce had a disability of some type that they disclosed. I'm sure there were others that we don't know about. But that's something that we've done. We just think it's the right thing to do to try to help the folks in our community that may have some disadvantages, help them find a sense of purpose and maintain a sense of value. Something else we do that's not reflected in financial statements is we work with several nonprofit agencies that provide job coaching, that provide job placement services, that work with disadvantaged folks to assess their skills, to help advise them what type of jobs may be suitable for them. Often they come to Cabarrus Arena and use some of our events, some of the work going before and after the event to assess those folks. We get to see those folks, and where we can, we hire them. We've been very successful over the years. The last count I did, and it's probably been 6 months ago, we had directly hired over the 15 or so years about 45 folks. Some of them are still with us, have been with us 10 or 12 years. Some have moved on to find other jobs that are more sustainable for their lifestyle. Another thing we do is partner with Cabarrus County Schools. The school year that just ended, we had 2 school buses each day show up at Cabarrus Arena with 5 or 6 students on each bus every day, every school day. They came, they spent an hour and a half, 2 hours with us, learning skills that would help them later on in life. These were children that had some type of disadvantage in life. This was part of their school curriculum. It helped us out, it helped them out, and possibly in the future, we're gonna hire some of those. We've hired some of those students through that program in the past. And one thing that I'm excited to say that we're finally able to reintroduce after the lengthy COVID ordeal that we went through is we're gonna be able to re-engage with other nonprofit groups in the county to come use Cabarrus Arena as a fundraiser. COVID shut all that down. If you go back 5 or 6 years ago, there was about $100,000 a year that we were able to get back out into the community for church groups, for school groups, for other nonprofits, by coming, helping us work in concession stands, direct traffic, clean up after events. All that money went straight to those groups and helped the groups perform whatever service it was for their community. We had to pause that during COVID. Those groups are just now getting reorganized to the point where we're going to reintroduce that in the next few weeks with the intention of late September, early October, that program be in full swing. Once it's up and running, I think $100,000 a year going back to those community groups is probably a low estimate. I really think, given the state of wages increases that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years, 125 to 150 over a couple years. First year may not see that. Second year, very likely that we'll see that going back into the community. And that's staying here. It's not going to temp agencies. It's not going to specialized staffing firms, maybe in Charlotte. That's staying here within Cabarrus County. So we are part of the community. The staff that we have at Cabarrus Arena right now is entirely local folks. Folks that we found, ASM Global has provided us some guidance, some training materials, some best practices, some ways to go about doing things, but it's local folks doing the work for their community. So youth sports is an area that gets a lot of mention and has increased in the last few years. We have an established success with some youth sports events. I mentioned earlier 26 sporting events that we hosted at Cabarrus Arena over the last year. That 26 events definitely were profitable. Definitely not the most profitable segment of our business, but it is something there that we think we can grow a little bit. We'll make a proposal to invest modestly in some equipment that will make the venue more attractive for more events, more youth sports events, but it's not a dramatic change from what we do now. Our partners over at the Convention and Visitors Bureau have been incredibly helpful, identifying sports, identifying leads. The advent of the U.S. Performance Center here locally, we learned to know those folks back during the COVID crisis, and there's some really good things that have been done over the last couple years with youth sports, and the only limitation we have right now is finding space on our event calendar for those sports. We have conversations every week with Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the conversation goes like this: hey, I have this event that's wanting a proposal. Do you have the date? Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But the sports that we've seen that we tend to have success with are cheerleading competitions, cheerleading and dance kind of lumped together. The competitions for those: martial arts, wrestling, badminton, weightlifting, boxing, CrossFit, strongman competition, and cornhole. Those were folks that we saw just in the last year, and we've got some more coming up. Earlier, I mentioned that we did 175 events this past year. To give you an idea of what the next 18 months looks like. Right now, the event center, the arena, the two big buildings, the two buildings that tend to generate most revenue, most visitors, are 85% booked already for the next 18 months. And the majority of the weekends that they're not booked are your 4th of July weekends, your Christmases, your Thanksgivings, your Easters, the ones that generally are tough to hold an event in anyway. So youth sports is something that's there. It's an opportunity, something we can make some inroads with, but we feel good about the event calendar we have now, unless this board has a direction for us to go otherwise.
So we've put together a pretty aggressive financial proposal. It involves a significant investment on our end. It also lowers the annual management fee and becomes more performance-based on our end. We think it's a rather significant reduction for the county in the operating. We look to establish an annual scholarship fund that would benefit the tourism folks.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Kenny.
The Cabarrus County Schools Academy of Hospitality and Tourism, we would propose to have 2 scholarships, $5,000 each year, $2,500 for each scholarship. One for someone pursuing culinary arts and the other one pursuing hospitality management.
Always trying to build the leaders for tomorrow, starting today. So, and then obviously, most importantly is, continued alignment with the interests of the county and the direction you'd like to see us go in. We're certainly happy to make recommendations and stuff, but if you have ways you would like us to approach things, we're happy to do that. We've been your partner here for a long time and have seen a lot of success here. We're the largest private management firm in the world. We've got the market position. We've been in your county specifically for quite some time and have a pretty good working knowledge of how things work here and the relationships, long-term relationships that we've built within this community, not only with the county itself, but with other of our partners. Again, it's a significant investment we feel on our part and a performance-based structure financially. Definitely want to continue to improve our community outreach. And then we've got a commitment to innovation, right? And part of that drives revenue for us. We're always looking to figure out how can we do things not necessarily less expensively, but how can we make the most money for our clients here? And we feel like we've done a good job. We feel like there's always room to improve though, right? So we're looking forward to hopefully extending our relationship with you and making sure that we operate the venue as you would like us to operate it. So thank you very much for your time today. We're honored to be your partner.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners?
Yeah, I was going to ask about the capital investment. What exactly does all that entail?
We're offering $350,000 for the first year, and then there's another contribution of, I believe it's $175 for a renewal. We have some suggestions as to how we'd like to spend that money, but obviously that would be with your approval.
Okay. And what are some of the ideas that?
Well, some of it obviously was with the refreshing of the concession stands and putting some money in the food and beverage area because it's a revenue generator, buying some equipment to help with the youth sports and some of the other events that we have that we're lacking right now. But also I think there's also there's some money in there that's a TBD still.
Okay.
Just one quick question about the naming rights. Do you have pretty good success? I mean, I know you got venues all over the country, but what kind of success have you had getting places such as Cabarrus Event Center a name?
I think a lot of convention centers have not really gone that route, right? They've typically been named after someone. I could think of, a handful off the top of my head, but I do know that there is a market out there for naming rights for venues. And Cabarrus is not, while it may be a smaller venue in our package of venues, that doesn't mean it's not important here in North Carolina and Cabarrus County specifically.
Well, the reason I asked that is because it has been brought up before. Commissioner Wortman brought it up here just a couple of months ago about naming rights for certain facilities that we have, to benefit the schools, to raise revenue for schools. And of course, this is right down that alley, but it's for the benefit of the arena itself and reduce the cost to the taxpayers.
Correct.
Which is something that's important to me. We've had this for right at 20 years now. And it should be, I mean, it's a quality of life event center, but, you know, we're still throwing quite a bit of money into it to keep it going. And I would like, for myself, to see this get where it's at least a break-even point. And if it takes the naming rights to increase revenue to do that, I surely would be in favor of that. But I want to see the cost to the county for providing this come down.
Understood. I think, you know, in many of our conversations with municipal partners, they have the same concerns, right? They're having to make difficult choices with the monies that they do have, and we understand that by us being able to continually reduce the deficit, it helps with those discussions. And certainly, should we be successful selling naming rights, and we feel we would be, that would go a long way to help reducing that deficit.
I don't really have a question as much as some comments. And I agree with Commissioner Shue. You know, obviously, we want to relieve the financial burden on the taxpayers as much as possible. But I think it's important to note that, you know, as I'm thinking back over the events that I have attended at the arena and event center, and without fail, each and every one, or the ones that I've been involved in, have been for a community benefit. They've been the Cooperative Extension Service, the ECA group having their breakfast. It's been county staff meetings. It's been our quarterly summit meetings. It's been Cabarrus Educational Foundation meetings, and the list goes on. And so I think we provide, with your help and support, a very important service to the community. Now, some of those events may pay a reduced rate. Some of them may not pay at all. I don't know the specifics of that, but it has, from my view, been a good partnership there with the number of things that the county's been able to provide for citizens in the community. And I think it's very important to mention the food is superb out there. I mean, they do a tremendous job. That's not to say to detract from anyone else at all, but they really do an excellent job. And I know that we have used their services for a lot of catering services away from the arena, things that we've hosted here at the governmental center, and they always do a really good job. And the food's real important to me. I think it is to most people, probably too important, but just wanted to compliment you on that. And then the question that I would have is, how do you, I mean, I am sure that you know, in my mind, comparing events that would occur out there are some events that are going to be more profitable to the center itself, but then also, I think we evaluate what's the overall impact to the community. I mean, you may have one event that generates all local traffic, but then you may have another event that generates a lot of room nights at hotels, and a lot of people eating in restaurants around the county, buying gas, coming from out of town, you know, those kind of things. So the economic impact to the county as a whole, to our other businesses, may be greater. And you talked about the number of event days. So in your decision-making process, as you determine Well, we're only gonna be, we've got five events that want to this date, this weekend. And so how do you pick which one of the five gets the event? What's your process?
From a local
And
perspective.
maybe I should have said three
okay.
or two.
No,
or-
listen, I think what you've described, Chairman, is what we do on a daily basis, right? So our commodity is dates, and that's what we have to sell, right?
Right.
So, it is a dance, right? You've got to figure out what, and good GMs like Kenny are able to do that dance on a regular basis. They're able to have conversations because of the relationships they've had. Hey, look, we can do this, but maybe we can't do it here, but we can do it here, or we can get this event to move. And it's really being able to have those conversations on a local level. We can help influence that, but we recognize the value of economic impact, right?
Right.
And the importance of it, and what it means to the community in terms, like you said, people coming, staying in hotels, eating in restaurants, shopping at the local establishments. So those are events that we would love to attract, right? That's what the convention centers are built for, that type of stuff. So the challenge sometimes with those events is they don't pay rent, right? Don't pay money, and they cover expenses. So possibly we can book an event that's more lucrative to the venue. But in the grand scheme of things, it goes back to what we talked about, being aligned with the interests of the county, our partners, and I'll let Kenny talk on a local level here, but that's how we talk with all of our general managers about it, is, you have to be able to balance that and understand what's important, and it's not always about the dollar.
Right.
As much as we'd like to all lower our tax bills, it's not always about the dollar sometimes, so.
Yeah, so that example actually came up last week, maybe the week before. Our friends over at CVB called, said, hey, we've got this event that they're asking for proposal, and these are their dates, and we're talking about an event that's going to be in about this time, 2024. Do you have the dates, first of all? No. We don't. We've got this, and this. But how about this date, or this date, or this date? And they were looking for a 10-day block, so it's a significant event, significant tourism money. CVB talked with our client a little bit, came back to us, yeah, we think we can make this date work. They'd really rather have this other date. Well, I've got a client there. I don't think the date's particularly important to them. We may be able to move them around, so we call the other client. Hey, can you move? Is that date important? Do you have a sanctioning body? Do you have a calendar that you have to adhere to? Or is it just an arbitrary week? The answer in this case was, we don't care. We'll move a week. It doesn't make any difference to us. So at that point, we're able to move one client, keep that event, entertain a proposal for a new client that has, much bigger economic impact. And that happens regularly. I would say most weekends in October, November, first part of December, and mid-January through mid-May, there's potential for replacing one event with another every single year, every time the calendar rolls around. And that's one of the things that we have to work with our community partners, with county government, with CVB, with other local businesses to figure out which direction as a community do we need to go? How does that affect bottom line profitability of the venue? And then how does that affect the community as a whole? And what does that look like in budgets when it comes next budget cycle? That's what it is. And I appreciate the comments you made earlier, Commissioner Morris, about the food. We also have the ability as new county venues come online. I think about the building referred to as the Milestone Building. Perfect opportunity that we can expand that some, offer services there with very little investment. And you also mentioned some of the events that you attended, the ECA meetings, some of the summit meetings this board and other boards hold. Those meetings are done at cost. There's no markup, no profit margin, no anything. If it's a local government event, It's done completely at cost. If it's a state government or federal government event, we do have just a slight margin, but it's not full profit margin that we typically see. So thank you for the compliment. Thank you for noticing that.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think it's important for the public to know that as well. And I mean, you know, I could continue to think of the Touch a Truck event that Parks and Rec does out there, the night out event that the sheriff's office
Right.
sponsors, I mean, there's the collaboration with the Health Alliance and the things that they've done out there. So that community partnership and serving our citizens, I think, is a real important piece of it. So I appreciate your explanation
Thank you.
on that. Now, and that's a difficult position to be in, you know. You know, I'm concerned about relieving the burden to the taxpayer, but serving the people. You're concerned about showing a profit, as you should be, as every business person should be. So sometimes you get, if you can compromise on those two things working together, that's a good thing. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, commissioners? Okay, we thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Rodney, I'll let you introduce the next one.
So our second submittal was from the Sports Facilities Companies, and Jim is going to come up and introduce himself and then go through that presentation. And Lauren's computer is rebooting, so it'll be a second before the presentation comes up.
Perfect timing.
Strategic reboot. I like it.
I like it when other people's computers don't cooperate. It makes me feel normal. But you're welcome to sing or offer any other entertainment
Oh,
that you
man.
like. Thank you. I'm not sure if our television audience is enjoying this as much. See, you know, I brought those up at our retreat last year. I'm not sure we've ever done that midstream, but I guess we can. If we so choose. It's a good time for me to catch up on That's good.
Based on the hard travel day today, if I plugged my computer in, I think it would have caught on fire, so.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Just for the benefit of our viewing audience, we do have some technical difficulties in the room that we're working through and hope to have that back up shortly. Oh, that's, okay. That's great. Okay.
Oh, great. Ready?
Apologize for the delay. Yes, sir,
No,
we're ready to go.
That works. Gave me a chance to get a drink. Well, my name is Jim Arnold. I'm a partner with Sports Facilities Companies. On behalf of our entire team, want to thank you guys for the opportunity to be here. Also, on behalf of Eric and Ashley, they actually intended to be here. They're two partners within the firm. Ashley is stuck in South Africa with travel and plane issues, and Eric is stuck in Florida today. So probably aging myself a little bit with the image there, but it has been a full day of planes, trains, and automobiles on our end to get here. But appreciate the opportunity, excited to talk to you about our vision for the facility. And I think before I start, I'll add in that we've known the team from ASM for a long time, and you have a great partner. I think you got two great options here. And what we want to show today is really just kind of not a competitive take, but just a different vision for what the facility can be. This is an industry that is growing incredibly fast. It's changing quarterly, yearly, and we're seeing venues now reinventing themselves on a 10-year basis. And so as you guys are coming up on 20 years, we believe there's a strong opportunity to rebrand and reposition the facility within the market. Got about 20 minutes today. I'll try to keep it to that. I want to give a brief overview of our company, talk to you about what we understand the goals of the county to be, take a look at the analysis we performed of the venue currently, and then from there use that to talk about what our vision is, what the plan for the facility is, and then ultimately what the return on investment looks like for the county. Sports Facilities Companies, we're going into our 20th year of operations. From day one, our mission has been to improve the health and economic vitality of the communities that we serve. The sports tourism and event tourism space is exploding right now. We'll give some stats on it in a little bit. The ability to drive development, bring people to the market that without that tournament, without that event, would probably never either come here or maybe not even know of the area. And then just as importantly, the health of the community itself. And so not just physical health, but social health, mental health, spiritual health, all the things that go into increasing the quality of life for your residents with the commitment that you've made and the commitments that you're going to make for the next 10, 20 years. Over our 20 years, we've served 2,000 communities. We've been involved with over $15 billion worth of sports, event, and recreation projects. Last year alone, our venues welcomed 25 million guests through the doors. And we need to update this, but we actually just passed the 2,000 employee mark across the country. And those guests and those employees work within what we call the SF network of facilities, which is the largest sports tourism and recreation venue management network in the country. And I think one of the things that differentiates ourselves from the market is our venues are the size of Cabarrus Arena and Event Center. That's what we do. We specialize in indoor venues in the 80 to 150,000 square foot space. We specialize in community recreation. We have communities that not only do we run tourism for, we also manage their park and recreation departments on their behalf. So a full understanding of all the different mechanisms and needs and inputs that go into these facilities. So that's a little bit about us. Shifting kind of into the vision and understanding of your goals. As we went through the RFP and the process, what we identified was the ability to improve the financial performance of the venue, increase economic impact, heads and beds, butts and seats in the restaurants and spending throughout the community, and the ability to do both of those while also not taking away the access to the local community for events, for programs, whether it be nonprofits, whether it be farmers markets, whatever it may be, the events that you guys just went through and talked about. And so when we start any facility, we call it facility optimization when we come into a venue that's existing. And before we respond to an RFP, before we talk to a potential client, we take it through an internal process that we call an optimization analysis. The goal of that is to more or less benchmark the facility. So for the purposes of this, we use the numbers that the county provided through the process to take a look at the financial analysis and benchmarking that as well as the economic impact analysis. And the way we do that is we track over 700 venues across the country, including those that we manage. We track all of their spaces, whether it's hard courts, concrete, turf, family entertainment, membership fitness. We track all those spaces. We've created our internal KPIs, key performance indicators, that tell us, hey, on average, and then the highest and the top performing venues in the entire country, how much revenue are those spaces generating? What's the cost of goods sold? What's the expenses look like? What do the staffing costs look like? And so what that helps us do when we're starting to look at a venue is we can start to understand, hey, where are there opportunities? Where are maybe the revenues a little low, or where are the revenues doing really well? And vice versa on the expenses and such. So it gives us an understanding before we say, hey, we can come in here and make a difference, actually makes us and helps us understand that we truly can step in and make a difference in the community we're talking to. And so kind of high level, the analysis we had here was the revenues were actually quite good. They were in the top performing for the size of venue. They did really well. The events were bringing in strong revenues. On the flip side, what we saw was the expenses and the cost of goods sold, as well as facility and operating expenses, were also proportionately high. And so we look at that as a percentage, not a number, because obviously the more revenue you drive, the higher your expenses should be. But you can kind of see, and I know it's a little wordy there, but certain things like the operational cost of goods sold at 37% takes it kind of down into the average range. Facility and operating expenses were about 41%, where the average facility around the country is about 28%. So I know it's kind of wordy and a lot of numbers, but just want to give you a kind of an understanding of how we approach these and the numbers we start to look at. And this is a look at the numbers that we were able to access, and then kind of looking at industry average, high performing, and top performing. So as you can see, the revenues are in the high performing category. Now, if everything else lined up down the way, cost of goods sold, indirect expenses, facility operating expenses, if that all lined up in that category, we'd be getting really close to that self-sustaining operations that the county's looking for with upside. Some of the things we also look at here is sponsorship, naming rights, not a lot of revenue tied into there. So that's a really big opportunity to drive additional revenue and get in the top performing category. Also on the expense side, a lot of expenses, we noticed marketing expenses were actually lower than most venues. So as high as expenses were, we said, hey, there's an opportunity to market more, to push out, which when we start talking about economic impact, I think that's one way we might be able to come in and push more impact through the facility. And so we talk about those numbers. It's easy to put it up on the screen and in a chart. What we want you to know is we have experience doing this. We have over 10 facilities that we've come in the past 8 years and what we call optimize the operations. Here's 4 recent examples. The 4th is down in Collier County, which is the most recent. We have 5 turf fields and a stadium. And in a year and a half, we've gone from a $1.6 million loss to a $88,000 positive EBITDA. So over a $1.6 million turnaround with not a lot of assets. So that was the financial side. Then we start to look at the impact. And what we want to do on the impact is we actually look through our network of facilities and try to find the most comparable facility and comparable market. So for the case of here, we looked at the Hoover Met. And so as you can see up there, very close in total population. Hoover Met's very close to Birmingham, similar to the distance from here to Charlotte. 4-hour drive time is similar, very similar program to what we're going to propose here shortly. And the one thing we want to point out here is Hoover is a facility with very similar goals. Very focused on economic impact, just as focused on local use, and the bottom line is important to them, as it is any public entity. And so in Hoover, we have $68 million in economic impact, which was a third-party study last year. We tracked and gave away over $500,000 of programming to local community groups, schools, nonprofits. And with both of those things, we were able to have a $1.1 million positive EBITDA last year at that facility. Great example of just the deals you put in place, the partners you make, the relationships we have through the industry, and the leverage we're able to bring in those relationships to accomplish the goals that the county has. And so as we start to look at impact, we also start to look at, hey, where are people coming from? Not all visitations created equal. So one of the things we look at too is we geofence the facilities and we look at mobile analytic data to see where are your customers coming from. And so this is a heat map of Cabarrus Event Center and then Hoover over the past 2 years. And what this tells us is there's a lot of people coming to both venues, but the people coming here are coming more localized, coming more from a 2-hour radius. And that's not all bad things. Again, we talk about local use, we talk about activation, but it is starting to get pretty high in terms of the percentage versus when you start to look at Hoover, 20% more people come from inside a radius that are not likely to stay. Definitely not staying the night, but not as likely to stay and eat and stay and fill up their gas tank. They're most likely going to come in, attend an event, and leave. And then this is the last piece, and I know we're kind of going down a rabbit hole in data here, but again, we think this is important to understanding the facility and understanding how you improve. Not only where consumers are coming from, but we're actually able to look at the socioeconomic breakdown of the consumers themselves. And so you see on the left is Cabarrus visitors. That's the most likely people or the most proportionate people to come in the venue versus Hoover. And kind of the punchline here is, and I know it's small, the lower the letter and the lower the number, the higher discretionary income that group has. And the propensity to stay, the propensity to spend in your restaurants and your retail and your hotels. And so as you kind of look down the right, you start to see the picture of what you want to see in a sports tourism, event tourism venue. Is the A's, the children between 13 and 18 years old, household incomes of $250,000. And on the left is here, it's not bad. I mean, the top one's not bad. But what it starts to do is you start to go down, it starts to show much more of a community recreation center without the impact piece to it. And to be clear, all of those people need to use the facility. It has to be open to all of those access. But we talk a lot about mission and margin. Is if we have venues that can improve their margin, that allows us to increase and improve our mission. And that's what we're seeing at Hoover. The ability to give away that time comes because we have the ability to afford to do so. So kind of the summary here as we looked at it, and again, this is us taking a look at numbers and data, is that right now it's a very good venue serving the local population, and that's a great thing. It's not currently driving from outside of a radius that really drives economic impact. And it's not driving the consumer base that we see in some of these larger event scenarios that are staying for 2-3 nights at a time, eating in the restaurants, spending money in the community. So we think there's an opportunity to go track that, to bring that in, but we also want to make sure we're very clear that we think it's important to have both, and we have multiple venues within our network that have shown the propensity and the ability to drive both. So this, shifting a little bit now is kind of, we want to walk you through kind of what our vision is for the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years of the venue, to develop a unique, innovative sports destination that'll maximize economic impact, increase local use opportunities, and create a return on investment for the county. And with that said, we also know that there's opportunities without that. We believe there's opportunities to come in and the efficiencies that we looked at early on, examine those, bring in some additional partners, bring in people within our network that we have financial deals with that can bring more dollars to the project, but also create more impact. But we think with investment, there's an opportunity to take a different look at the venue with a focus on youth sports tourism that also does not take away your ability to host any of the events that you're running now. And so our plan, if we're fortunate enough to work with the county, would be to come in and first and foremost see what we got optimized right away. And please do not take that as a slight at all at your current operations. We would just take a look from our angle, from what we do in our venues, and look for those opportunities and if they exist. The second thing we would do is we'd immediately create a plan for a shift towards sports tourism to show, hey, here's what the investment looks like, here's what the return on that investment looks like, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, and here's the timeline. How can we oversee those without affecting the operations? So a strategic timeline around that renovation. And then we would look to position, with our network being the largest network and us having the largest and highest position in the sports tourism industry, we would look to position the facility immediately at the top of the industry. We would talk to the biggest event rate holders, the biggest brands, the biggest events, all of which host in our venues. And we have, the other thing that excites us about this market is we have 3 of the most successful sports tourism venues in the country, all within 150, actually all just about 150 miles in different directions from here. And so we have those operators and venues that are filled, that are profitable, that are driving economic impact with the event right holders who are asking about this region and asking us how to be involved in this region or if we have anything in this region. So that, along with sports tourism in general, I kind of talk a little bit like everybody knows what it is, but they don't. And so sports tourism has proven to be both recession-proof and pandemic-proof. The recession, it was the only segment of tourism that every single quarter from 2008 to 2010 increased in revenue and spending. Throughout the pandemic, when we were allowed to be open legally, we were full. The 12 months year over year in every single one of our venues from when it opened after being closed had the best 12 months that they ever had since they opened, showing that this is a segment that people are traveling for. They're spending more money now than ever. We've returned higher numbers this year than pre-pandemic. And by 2026, it's looking to be a $77 billion industry across the world. So what we do here, that's the big question, is like, that's a lot of fun stats, a lot of fun information. It sounds great, but what does that mean here and what's our vision? So I talked a little bit about our vision of positioning the venue at the forefront of sports tourism. So what does that mean? It's, right now we're seeing sports tourism and sports events focused on technology. That's both for your traditional sports, so live streaming, ability to access data, but it also starts to get into your esports world, your sports betting, your NILs. All of those things are starting to work their way downstream into sports tourism. But it hasn't quite replaced or outshadowed the need for a venue to provide a family experience. So it's not just about the athlete, it truly still is about mom and dad and brother and sister and grandma and grandpa more than ever. And it's now shifted to where it's not only about experience during the event, it's how do you create an experience for them off the court or off the field where they don't have to leave the venue. So family entertainment centers, restaurants, popular hangout areas, things that people, again, don't have to get back in their car yet, but they can walk away from the game they just lost or the game they just won, just to have a little bit of time with their teams. And so next few slides, we're just going to walk through, again, this is concepts we've thrown out of what we looked at the space. We said, hey, what could we host in here? How could we reimagine the space to position it in this way? So this was the main arena, held 3 full-size basketball courts. We can get 6 full volleyball courts in. This does not replace, and I'll show you here in a second, does not replace the ability to run any events you're running now. But it does position you for event right holders to be a sports destination. And so this is a good look at the Hoover Met, which is what we compared it to earlier. This is their main hall. And so you see it's a wood floor, all courts. Upper left is the USA National Pickleball Championships. We've got an Adidas Gauntlet basketball tournament happening. Weekend later, it's the Piggly Wiggly convention and vendor show. And then we had the high school graduation. And so it is one space, but it is ultimately flexible to really accomplish anything and everything you want. We've hosted concerts there. We've hosted 4-H there. We've done all of it. So that was the main arena. We looked at the event center, same way, kind of came up with 2 different concepts, one with 4 courts, one with 5, depending on, we know there's the ramp there, there's existing concessions, so how much we wanted to really break down and build back up versus simply renovate. And the same thing, gets us 4 or 5 additional basketball courts, 8 to 10 volleyball courts, and now puts us into a total court count of 8, which gets you into that regional tournament scene. And again, you look at kind of our thought, we're talking about upgrading those concessions, really upgrading concessions throughout, creating some comfortable seating areas, but not removing the events that you guys have if those events are good events. And that could be good local events, good revenue driving events, or hopefully in a best case scenario, all of the above. And then there was the last space, which was the Gold Hall, and this is where we had a little bit of fun and said, hey, what's missing? What are the other facilities doing? And even if we left everything else the same as an event space, this is where we're seeing a lot of these venues go, is this family entertainment. And the cool part about family entertainment in these venues is it's, when we talk about those KPIs, the key performance indicators we talked about earlier, family entertainment is the highest grossing revenue per square foot space of any indoor facility can have right now. And so, but it also, it's a really great local asset. It becomes something that, you can go to on the weekend. It becomes a family thing. It becomes school field trips. It can be after school care. It can be programming with Boys and Girls Club, all of the above. And then it also doubles as that calling card for why events want to come host events at your facility, because it gives you something else to do. It's something that's different than what other people have. And it makes kids, makes families, makes teams want to come participate in your venue. The cool part about the positioning here too is it also faces out to the fairgrounds, and it faces out to it connects to the parking lot and gives you the opportunity to really interact in both directions. So just a couple images of things we would look at from arcades to the little duck pin bowling alley, the golf simulators and play simulators, all that stuff that just, again, creates the family experience, family time. And so all of these, looking at it and saying, hey, there's an investment here that we believe could be made, and we think there's a return on investment in a number of ways. First and foremost, that economic impact. So we grabbed 5 of our court facilities that were similar size, 8 courts, and you see them up there with their total economic impact numbers. Again, all of that when we do it is third-party run numbers, not our own internal. And then we look throughout our entire portfolio, and we on average drive $2.6 million per court in our venues across our network. So that kind of normalizes a little bit instead of just picking and choosing the venues that you want. And so we believe if we made this shift at the Arena and Event Center, we could, in year 1 of operations, get up to $18 million in direct spending. There's the opportunity with those events matching up to the others and actually kind of being the median to drive over 40,000 room nights and bring in a couple 100,000 people to the community. And I think the cool part about this is these are new families coming to the community. These are new events, new things that the community will be hosting in a wider reach. So we're introducing more people to what the area has to offer. And with your proximity and drive times, it gives the opportunity for people to come in for non-sports related because, hey, we had fun there, but we didn't have enough time in the community. Let's go back for a weekend. And that's where these facilities truly are at their best when they're performing in that way. And then we start to look at ROI from local use and quality of life as well. And so park and rec integration in almost all of our venues, we have it. I mentioned earlier, we have multiple venues where we actually manage their park and recreation department for them. So we understand the importance, but we also understand how those integrate and how those interact with each other. We have an access program at SFC that we use sponsorship dollars and a percentage of naming right dollars to go back and pay for kids to utilize the facility who are at-risk youth or don't have the money to typically afford to be involved in programs. We make sure that anybody and everybody in the community who wants to be involved is involved. And that's important to us as a company. I think that's important to all the leaders in our space, that everybody has access to sports and recreation. And then we look at food and entertainment, concerts, anything and everything. And, the last bullet there, I say, we want to put it on the list. And so I've got 3 kids. I got a 6, a 5, and a 2-year-old. And there are Wednesday or Thursday nights when we get home, we don't have plans, but we want to get out of the house. And everybody has that list of places. You go and Google or you go on their website to just try to figure out what's going on that night. We want our venues to be one of the places on that list. That on a Wednesday or Thursday night, you look to see what you want to do. And if there's something that interests you, you bring the family out to it, whether there's an event going on or not. And ultimately, all of that, whether it's outside events, whether it's local families coming in to play at the arcade, have dinner, whatever it may be, that's where you look to drive the revenue. Again, the reason we want to drive revenue is so we increase the things we can do in terms of our mission to serve kids or families, serve the community who doesn't necessarily get these opportunities. And so the more people we get in the building, the more we drive food and beverage, merchandise and retail. We have a hotel lodging company that we own that ensures that when people do come in from out of town, they stay locally, and that we can actually track those instead of everybody, all the events bringing in their own third-party hotels or running it themselves. We run it at the venue. This ensures for the CVB as well as the community that we are being good stewards of the hotel and the business community surrounding it. We have live streaming partners, sponsorship. We've done 10 naming rights deals since the start of COVID, all on venues like this, indoor and outdoor, so that's outdoors mixed in there as well. And then photography sales, and really anything we can think of that adds to the experience, but also can improve the bottom line. And ultimately, that comes, and I'll shift kind of to, I'll close out here in a second with kind of how we approach it. This is a big shift that we see in the industry. Is it used to be, I can't tell you over the first 15, 16 years of my career, how many times I heard people say, well, Monday through Thursday is local use, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday is economic impact. And since COVID, really, I think that was probably the impotence behind it. Since then, new venues and successful venues are finding a way to do both 7 days a week. Finding a way that if there is a basketball tournament, there's still opportunity for the local family to come in and engage. Finding tournaments that last a week, that go throughout the week. And so if you're ultimately successful, you can find a way to drive both throughout 7 days. So in closing, a few more slides here, and I'll land the plane. Looking at the strategy we take here and how we achieve that success together, we have an internal, these are the leaders within our internal marketing department. And I would put them up against any ad agency in the country, let alone one that focuses on sports. And so what they're going to do is they're going to come in and try to figure, they're going to ask all the fun questions, not only from what do you do, how do people use the facility, but they get crazy and they say, hey, if Cabarrus were a type of car, what type of car do you think you are? And they start understanding your vision, understanding how the facility is used, and they'll create a branding strategy to put reposition the facility wherever we want to put it, and we collectively, in terms of putting it at the top of the industry. They're incredible at telling the story. We don't just want people coming here, we want people telling the story, and we want to tell those people's stories as well as the facility story. And that's how you spread the word, and you get people to continue to come. So they're gonna create an identity. They're going to understand we work with you. I mean, that's you guys who help us with that. We ask the questions, we listen, we develop strategies, and then you approve the strategies. We go out and market the destination to the region and the country, but then we also create the strategies locally within the community. And ultimately, when we do both of those things and we market correctly outside the community, but we also hit the right buttons inside the community, that's what drives positive results across the board. And I talked a little bit about this. This is just kind of their strategy that they take from research to creative, creating the tools, running them by you, and then developing the brand in partnership with the county. And then as they're doing that, our operations team is coming in and we're bringing all of our tools in our toolbox. So we have we just passed 100 people in our corporate offices in Clearwater. Every single one of those staff members is dedicated to one department or another that helps our facilities be successful, from HR to marketing, social media, food and beverage, sponsorship, risk, legal, accounting, finance, you name it, we're dedicated to it. That's all they do, is help support the venues. And then we also bring all of our tools with us and our resources. So whether it's the lodging that we talked about, our food and beverage programs, our event booking, our ticket platforms that are specifically dedicated and built for these type of tourism venues, all the way through some of the partnerships that we're rolling out now. And this is a good example of just how we continue to reinvest in things that help our venues, is we are the exclusive management partner of Play Easy. And for those of you who Play Easy is in the industry, the best way to explain it is it's the matchmaker for communities, facilities, and events. So when events are looking to host their event, they say, I need 8 courts, I want to be in this region, I want X, Y, and Z. They type that in, boom, it spits out, here's your list of the top venues that make sense for you. So we have a partnership with Play Easy, we're the exclusive management partner of them, which allows us to make sure we're getting our facilities out in front of the best events that fit them. And we're continuing to layer these type of partnerships throughout. And then this is our structure. It's probably not a lot different than what you have right now in terms of connection and communication. Is we put an account executive in place. The account executive here would be David Joyner, who oversees Rocky Mount Event Center, which we believe is one of the most successful facilities in North Carolina, if not the country. Very similar goals there as well. And then that account executive is your day-to-day contact, and they're also the direct communication between our team on the ground and the corporate office. And when we talk about our team on the ground, when we go in and optimize facilities, we don't come in and clean out. That is not what we do. We have an incredible track record of at all the optimization we've done, all the employees across the board from part-time to full-time, we lost less than 5% in the transition. And that's important to us. And that's at the facility level, that's at the park and recreation level. So this is not something where you're gonna have us come in and say, hey, look at us, everybody move out of the way and let's do our thing. It's truly a transition, and one where we believe that the people who are here probably understand it and can teach us as we go, and we say, hey, what resources can we give to help support? And then in closing, this is what the relationship looks like. We operate venues on behalf of our clients. We listen, we want to understand, and for you to define what success means. We want to understand the goals. Once we understand that and spend time together, we're going to go create a plan that we think best achieves those goals. And we look to you to approve it. We might not get it right the first time, we go back to the drawing board, bring it back. Once you approve that plan, our job is to deliver that plan, and candidly, we do not miss. And we do not spend $1 outside of that plan without your permission. And we run completely transparent. You see everything. We report financially on a monthly, quarterly, annual basis, and you have full decision-making authority. So whether it comes to what event we want to host, major decisions around the complex, there's nothing that is ever out of your hands. And I think the last thing I'll close with is, again, we work for you. This is not SFC managing. We're not wearing an SFC logo when we manage our venues. We're wearing your logo. We're your staff. Nobody knows it's us. So we operate truly on behalf of our partners. And I think that is it. So hopefully I touched on everything. I know I went fast. I know we had just had a little bit of time, but would be happy to answer any question you guys have.
So the way the facility is currently operating is not geared towards, I guess we could say, sports tourism. So what kind of investment is needed if we were going to go into this? Who's investing in this? The county, or give me some details about
No, that's great. So we would, as part of the plan, when we put it together, what we would look at is, and I think for everything you saw, I think you're probably, so you're probably looking at about a $6 to $10 million renovation. So then we would.
That's what I was afraid of.
It's a good question, because what we start to look at, though, is what we want to do is we want to prove the return on investment. And we want to look and say, okay, so if we can take it from a $480,000, $500,000 operating loss, but we can take it to a positive, can we reinvest some of that money that we're making into those renovations? We'll start to look at development partners. So we have development partners. We're backed by capital equity. We would be very happy to look at some of those options as well as, and to invest in some of those areas. So we may look at the Family Entertainment Center and say, hey, that's an area we could invest in. But also, as I said at the beginning, we don't have to do all of that stuff. And we don't have to do it right away. We think there's opportunities to come in. We think there's opportunities to improve some of the efficiencies, to improve the bottom line, to start to prove some of that. And then once we start to prove it and see that direction, maybe then we start to layer in. Maybe we take one space at a time, or we look at temporary solutions for a while until we build to the full. And again, it's something where before we ever said, hey, go spend taxpayer money, we'd say, here's the return on investment. And it's important from a revenue standpoint. It's also important from a how's the community going to get to use it standpoint. What does that mean? How does that improve our park and recreation leagues? What are the additional things we can run? Is there, and I should know, so probably I don't, is there enough indoor pickleball here, which is like craze everywhere around the country? What does that look like? not only what does the 8-year-old do, but what do the grandparents do? And how does this type of infrastructure help improve those scenarios?
And now, does it concern you that there are no hotels in that area?
Not right on top of it, but close enough to where we look and say, 30 minutes is about the max on sports tourism that people want to drive.
For a hotel?
For a
or
hotel.
Oh, wow.
So we've got a good example. We manage a complex in Elizabethtown, Kentucky that has, it started with just a few hotels. And it's actually one that we came in and optimized. We took it over after about 5 years operations. And they had a few hotels. And most of the people stayed in Louisville, which is about a 45-minute drive. That facility now has begun to operate, begun to expand, and so hotels now have started to pop up around it. And that's what we're starting to see is the sports tourism, it brings captive audience. And so whether right away or whether down the road, we would not be surprised to see hotel development start around. And that's something where depending on if there's acreage around it that's available, we could bring some of those hotel developers to the table as well. One that sticks out right away is Sports Illustrated Hotels. We represent all their growth. And so we would put this in front of them and say, hey, does it make sense here? It's an established facility. Here's the numbers we see. And we run that across them, but multiple development partners.
Okay. So now going back to the first question, what would be a minimal investment, would you say? Just a ballpark number that,
So minimal investment, if you want to basically be bringing in 10th floor. So you're probably looking at about, I'd say minimum to do it right, to get the
yeah,
flooring, to get the right
do what
equipment.
would be right?
Yeah.
When I say minimum, what is adequate, but, obviously, we'd have to spend some money, but.
Yeah,
what-
I think minimum you'd want to do the main floor, you'd want to renovate the main floor and at least do 10 for the other side. So I think minimum to get into the sports tourism space, I think you're probably looking at 3 to 4 million.
Okay.
So the hotel question was one that I had as well, because certainly we've heard that in the past about the lack of very close ones. What, the Hudson location you were comparing, where is that located?
Hoover Met? It's
Oh,
in,
Hoover,
it's in Hoover,
that's it.
Alabama, so it's outside Birmingham.
Alabama, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the 3 that I mentioned close to here is, that are very successful, Pigeon Forge, Myrtle Beach, and Rocky Top. Or, I'm sorry, Rocky Mountain. And those are the 3. Again, we've got, events kind of go from one to the other. So that 2 to 2.5 hour drive, that is actually where they're looking to go from one weekend to the next, because they get to tap into a different market and they push their drive time out. And so we have events that fill those venues that we think immediately we could bring here.
Set regional type tournaments,
Yeah, regional. So usually, most of our venues are going to have about a 4 to 6 hour drive time. Like Hoover's the perfect example where you still have people come from within 2 hours. Like, it's not like it's like all of a sudden everybody's coming from 4 hours away. But what we want is we want about 50 to 60% of teams, especially in the summer months or the winter months in the prime of indoor. We want about 60% of those teams coming from outside that 2 hour drive radius.
Right.
And because that's who's going to stay. And most event right holders, if they do hotels, they'll have a 1 hour rule, where it's like if you come from 1 hour away or further, you have to stay in a hotel or you can't play in the tournament.
I guess another question that I had, which there were some figures up there that I didn't see real clearly, some of the smaller ones, but you had an age range in there. And my experience in that area has always been, we want the younger teams because they'll bring mom and daddy and grandparents and everybody else. If you hit the 13-year-olds and older, they tend to come with the coach and so forth. So I was thinking that your Hoover age was older than what you had said our age was.
So it was, sorry, I'm clicking back through this because it's a really good point and a good one to talk about. So that looks at what you see at the bottom. So the way kind of this mobile analytic data works is each of those categories up there, A3 Kids and Cabernet, A1 American Royalty, A5, each of those all have a different profile. So that one on the right is just the profile of A3, just the lead profile. And all that means is they are more than likely to have kids in that range. They're more than likely than not to have an income over 250. So as you start to get down, for instance, like the A4, the picture perfect family, that age group is 5 to 9, I think. It's within 5 to 9 or 6 to 10. So those ages do change. Really what we're looking for on this is, one, we're looking for families. And then again, this is tourism generated. We're looking for families. We're looking for kids in either of those categories, that 5 or 6 to 10, and then that 13 to 17 kind of ranges are the big categories. And then we're looking at discretionary income, because this is in the youth sports tourism space, the families who travel far distances, who stay in the hotels, there is a discretionary income level that, realistically they have to have, which is, part of the challenge of our industry is people look at it and say, well, you have to have a lot of money to be involved, which goes to what we've talked about too, is like, hey, we want to do those things. We do want to bring these people in here to spend money in the community, to help grow business, help the facility. But we then want to use that money to make sure that kids who can't typically afford to do that have the opportunity to be involved. So each of those categories is broken down differently. That the one we pulled was just the top one from here and the top one from Hoover, just to give an idea of what type of data we can pull.
Right.
It's pretty cool. We can actually look and see once they stopped here, or once they stopped at the Event Arena Center, we can actually see where they went next. And we can understand exactly where people are spending their time, where they're spending their money, and then ultimately when they leave, that's how we get where they're from, to wherever they leave when they leave the community where they set their phone for 2 nights. It shows up as where their home is.
Right.
So it's kind of a little bit the Big Brother stuff, but it really helps us understand our consumer a little bit better, to market better, but also to ensure they're engaging with the community better, and we're sharing resources between.
Yeah, that could be really interesting here if you're looking at all of that, and our CVB is already looking at that as well. You could be spying on each other. I'm not sure how that affects results.
Where it really comes in is when we start to look at the drive times, is we can start to look here and say, hey, what major markets are we not currently drawing from? And then what we can do is we can look in our network. So we've got facilities in Virginia. We have the 3 facilities I mentioned. So for instance, Knoxville and Nashville, aren't really drawing heavily here. But in Rocky Top and Gatlinburg, we pull very heavily. So then that's how our network works. We say, hey, how can we cross-promote through the visitors there to introduce them to Cabarrus? How can we spread the messaging? What can we do in order to get, or what event right holders are really successful in those areas that we already have in our network that we can bring here that has database that can market? And so when we talk about the network, it's about bringing all the tools and the resources, but candidly, it's about people. And it's about, 25 million last year. We're expecting between 30 and 35 million guests this year that we have access to, that our event partners have access to.
Thank you. Other questions, commissioners? So a whole lot of information.
There's a lot.
From
Appreciate it.
both proposals. Yeah. Rodney, you closing comments?
I was just going to close on, we will have this back on the agenda for discussion next month. Again, no decision is expected at that time, but if you have any questions, reach out to Mike, reach out to me, and we'll try to get the answers to those.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, we move now to item 4.2 from Department of Human Services, Transportation Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Goal. And we're happy to have Bob Bushy with us for that item. And just an FYI, when we get finished with section 4, since we have been here for we'll have been here for 3.5 hours, we'll take maybe a short 5-minute break. Is that okay with you guys? Will it work for you? Sorry, Bob, go ahead.
Thank you for letting me come before you this afternoon. Cabarrus County, along with the City of Concord, Rowan County, and City of Salisbury, are members of the UZA for 5307 Federal Transit Administration grants. In the past, we would apply to the state of North Carolina, and they would apply to the federal government for these money. Last year, NCDOT decided that they did not want to do that anymore and put it on the counties to do that themselves. So we have spent the last year going through the paperwork, getting set up to apply directly to the federal government. What we have before you tonight is the last piece of that. It's called the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Goal. It is a formula and methodology we had to create to identify a goal when we contract with this federal money for disadvantaged business enterprises. going through this process, it determined our goal was 3.15%. So what that means is anything we contract with or purchase using federal money, that we are trying to reach that goal of using DBE business. We will then submit this. This does not require a vote from the commissioners or sign anything. It's just, we have to go and have a public hearing for the citizens to have input on how we came up with this number. And then we will submit it to the federal government. And I do want to thank Elizabeth Landrum and Kasha Thompson for helping me with this. This is the first time I've been in transportation for 37 years, and I've never encountered anything like this, and I could not have done this without them.
Thank you very much. I think we had some previous discussion about this at the Transportation Advisory Board meeting, and compliments to all three of you for wading through that process. Any questions for Bob? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We move to item 4.3 from Infrastructure and Asset Management, Camp TN Spencer Park Master Plan discussion. Rodney, Londa, and Kyle. I don't see Londa.
I'm here, Kyle.
Great. So this kind of links back to the conversation we had during the board retreat, where we did talk about the future of Camp Spencer, both from a utility standpoint and a structural standpoint for the buildings out there. And also, obviously, we leased the property from the Boys and Girls Club, and I believe Deputy County Manager Harris spoke to you and said that he had spoken to the Boys and Girls Club, and they had agreed that they would not be putting any more substantial financial backing into any of the replacement of the buildings. And really, I'm just wanting to advise the board that we are going to move ahead with a kind of master planning with the design team on the future of that park. And when I say that, I mean what happens when those buildings structurally need to come down? What are we replacing them with? Which was the discussion that we had, was open walled shelters so that we could avoid things like fire sprinklers and all the sorts of utilities that we do not have out there. So as I met with the county leadership, we just wanted to again come in front of the board and make sure that that was the direction that we heard, and to go ahead and move forward with that direction. Since we have met, the county has put in some funds, both from the septic system side and also from the pool side. And I've had a structural analysis done on the 3 buildings out there, and we have some minor repairs to make to extend the longevity of those facilities structurally. But for the long term, something will need to be done out there, and this is the first step towards realizing what that is. So, again, just wanted to come up and just receive input on that. I know we did have a discussion at the retreat, but we also discussed a lot of things in a period of 24 hours, so I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Only thing I would add is we did discuss this as part of the Boys and Girls Club's Board of Directors. I serve as a member on that, and they are supportive of this approach. Again, they don't want to put any additional capital dollars into the facility, and they understand the limitations and the infrastructure challenges of the site. So they will adapt their programming, summer programming, to whatever is there long-term.
Okay. Questions, commissioners?
So their board of directors is very, very well aware of this plan to go with open structures. And whenever you mentioned the timeline, what kind of timeline are we looking at? Like 10 years, 5 years?
I haven't bid out we just got the engineering report back, and I haven't bid out what that work is. I think that that'll better shine a light on, in terms of what type of financial impact that could be.
Because the buildings aren't ready to come down yet. Is that correct? They still have maybe 10 years, or, I know you can't say for sure, but but if we're gonna do some minor repairs, they're not gonna come down within a year after we repair them.
That's correct.
Okay.
The
Okay, any
buildings
other
are not
questions?
in any unsafe where they're coming down, but we do have, you have actual structural sliding. So the earth that's behind two of those buildings is pushing the building that way, and it's only pushing half of it. It's kind of like injuring your knee. Your body goes one way and the knee goes the other way. It's the same type of philosophy for the building.
Anything else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we move to item 4.4 from Planning and Development, plots, plan, survey, and school planning capacity report. We're happy to have Susie Morris for that discussion.
Good evening. There are two different items as part of this, this agenda item that was submitted. The first is the issue of plot plans and surveys. Up until about 5 years ago, Cabarrus County did not require any type of a plot plan or a survey to be submitted when someone was submitting for a zoning permit. A lot of times we did see if it was a tract developer, they submitted a plot plan. So we started transitioning, and the requirement right now is for someone to have a 2-scale plot plan, or if they don't have that information available, they can use our GIS information, and then they can kind of sketch on that, provide information as far as the setbacks they intend to use, as long as they're in compliance with the ordinance. What we are finding is that there's a disconnect in this process. There are a lot of lots out there that were not created properly. Lots are created by deed. They're not reviewed by staff. As a result, we are seeing an increase in lots that have a lot of environmental challenges on them, whether that's floodplain, whether that's the required stream buffers, the watershed areas. So we thought we would come and talk to you all. We would like to move forward with requiring a 2-scale plot plan or a survey when those conditions exist on the property. And that would be for if there was floodplain, if there were the stream buffers, if it was the watershed, or if it looks like there is a big discrepancy between GIS and what that person is presenting to us as their permitting documentation. We wanted to kind of talk to you about this before we implemented it. If you're agreeable to this, we would like to go ahead and implement it effective August 1st. We were looking at July 1st and kind of didn't make that cutoff. So effective August 1st, if you had floodplain, stream buffers, you would be required to submit an actual survey, and then all other permitting would be required to submit a 2-scale plot plan. If that was not available, we would still use the GIS mapping, but only if there was not any type of lot line discrepancy between GIS and what that particular individual thought they had on their property. It used to be there was, somewhat of a deterrent for people to do the splits without going through the process. As you all are aware, some of the statutory changes, that's not a criminal offense anymore to record a deed without it going through the process. So it's just, there's a lot of that happening out there. And then unfortunately on the back end, people are ending up with lots that are very challenging for them to develop.
So now this is just for rezoning.
This would be for zoning permitting. So if somebody wanted to build a new house, or if they wanted to put a shed on their property, put a pool on their property. But again, it's only when those certain conditions are there. So if there's floodplain, to make sure this is where the floodplain is, because that gets into insurance, different types of construction standards, a lot of things come along with that. And the water doesn't know that it shouldn't go past that line. It goes past the line. So just trying to make sure that when those conditions exist for those things that may cause risk, or where there is additional compliance that's needed, that we have accurate information for that.
Okay, so anybody that's wanting to build a house, you gotta pull a permit to build a structure or improve your home?
Correct.
Could that be situation two?
If it was an addition to the home, and again, only if there were these environmental conditions on the property.
Okay, so only if there's that. So if you're wanting to add a deck onto your home, would you then have to go get survey and go through that entire process? If you're just wanting to add a deck onto your home, or?
You would have to submit the 2-scale plot plan.
Okay.
But you would not have to have an actual survey unless there was a stream that would require a buffer, or the floodplain on the property, or if it was in the watershed. Because with the watershed, that has a set of requirements that come with it related to impervious area.
So whenever you say the stream, so say you bought the house 20 years ago, and then you decide you want to put the porch or a pool or something, then whenever you say, so they come to you to pull the permits, and then you look at GIS and say, oh, here's some of the things that could prevent them from doing that, and then you could require survey. But if you look at GIS and there's no issue, then they get the permits, move on, everything's okay.
Correct.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So if you see something on GIS that could potentially, well, they're probably already gonna have to do what do you call it, 2-scale? They're probably already gonna have to do that to pull the permits, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And this is consistent with what other jurisdictions require. A lot of places actually require a survey regardless of what you're doing.
Okay. That's what I'm.
And one of the local jurisdictions, even their threshold is if you're doing anything that's over 250 square feet on the property, they're requiring a survey. When you get into situations like in a municipal situation where the lots are closer together, it is more difficult to just kind of establish where those property lines are. In unincorporated county, we're dealing with larger lots, but some of those larger lots that are left out there for a reason. They're challenging to develop, whether it's the topography, they have the streams, or they have floodplain. So again, it would be in those situations, or if there was a what seemed to be a notable discrepancy between GIS and what that person submitted to us as their plot plan.
Okay.
So if you all are okay with that, then we will start implementing that on August the 1st.
No other questions?
Okay, and then the second item that I had is we wanted to take a poll to see, you all receive a report each Thursday by email. The title of it is APF. It's actually our school capacity planning report. You also receive that in your board packets. We wanted to explore what the usefulness of that report is to you currently, and if anyone was actually using that data. We are working on an alternate data source for the schools, and then at some point trying to work with the schools to provide that data directly to you. When we had the adequate public facilities ordinance, developers, cities, towns, everybody coordinated, and that information, they had to give us that information in order for the project to move forward. Now that data, it's difficult to obtain the data because there's no ordinance enforcing it. And then it also is not necessarily updated on a regular basis by the developer or the cities and towns like it used to be. So if you're not using that data for any particular purpose, we would like to potentially cease providing that to you until we can get you a more accurate, better report of where those numbers are. And we're working with WASAC and the schools to try to see if we can tie it into the allocation reporting that the municipalities will be doing, and then the tracking mechanism that will be also tied in to that.
I think what you've described sounds much more effective and what you are currently doing. I've been receiving for quite some time, and I periodically open it up, and usually when I look at it, I think it's extremely overwhelming.
Yes, it is.
And takes a very long amount of time. So, no, I am not using it very, very well.
Okay. 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 Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, if we could take a short recess and return at 7:30 on the nose. If we could come back to order and move on, we're now in discussion items for actions. First up is item 5.1, which is appointments to boards and committees. All of you have those in your agenda. You also received an email explaining all of them. Did anyone see anything there that you would like to discuss? If not, we'll move to item 5.2, easement for Duke Energy on Kannapolis Middle School property, and we're happy to have Kelly Sifford for that item.
Thank you. Kannapolis City Schools has requested for us to provide an easement to Duke Energy for a charging station for an electric bus, which was purchased with Duke funds. The easement, it is an existing site, so there are already easements crossing it where there are lines already. So this is just basically a little spur off of that to get to the area that they would want to put the charging stations. So it's not a very large one either.
Okay, any questions on that item? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
And we move to item 5.3 from Department of Human Services, approval of Medicaid expansion positions. We're happy to have Karen Calhoun with us, and guests,
Yes.
and staff, or whatever the proper term.
This is Heather Altman. She is the interim program administrator for Medicaid. So good evening, Commissioners. We're going to go through a brief presentation for you with the state law that passed back in March, actually on the 27th of March, for the implementation of expanding Medicaid across the state. And so that state law is 2023-7. It started out as House Bill 76. And so where's the clicker? I need to go here and advance the slides. That's really tiny. Can we make that bigger? Gotcha. So with the law passing, it now allows North Carolina to provide Medicaid coverage to individuals that would otherwise not be eligible due to their income. And it also provided an advanced funding to support counties with the implementation to expand Medicaid. The caveat to that, if you'll notice in italics there, is that we need a state budget for FY24 passed before that would actually fully take effect. Medicaid is administered by each state and follows federal rules that govern how individuals are eligible. And that is under what we call CMS, or the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services at the federal level. Previously, Medicaid had a gap in coverage services and were only provided for pregnant women, parents, or caretaker relatives, those 65 and older, the blind and disabled, and children up to the age of 18. Adults in the age range of 19 to 64 who did not meet eligibility criteria were not eligible for Medicaid, or currently are not. So with expansion, that now allows the same way of getting care as existing Medicaid for this category of ages, and the recipients will have the same comprehensive benefits and copays as other individuals, non-disabled adults have in Medicaid right now. That kind of gives you a little bit of the background and overview of what expansion actually does. And so for the eligibility piece, what it does is it opens it up to an estimated, I think the last estimate that I saw statewide is 621,000 additional Medicaid recipients will gain access to health care coverage under expansion. For Cabarrus County, we're anticipating an additional 15,583 to 17,794 recipients under expansion. We are currently averaging 55,688 Medicaid recipients. When you break that down by caseload, that is in excess of 38,000 individual cases. Medicaid expansion in North Carolina increases the eligible population to all adults, again, ages 19 to 64, who have incomes up to 138% of the poverty level. Breaking that down just a little bit for you to give you an idea, single adults 19 to 64 who have incomes of approximately $20,000 a year would now become eligible. Parents with low incomes for a family of three, an income around below about $34,000 a year would also be eligible. Currently, the federal poverty level for 2023 is $13,950 for one individual and $27,750 for a family of four. So taking that into context, prior to expansion, the cutoff for parents was approximately $8,000 a year. So you can see from those different income ranges how that's going to open it up to more individuals. Some program considerations that I wanted to go over with you with things that are impacting Medicaid currently. That's important to take into consideration in addition to expanding Medicaid because of the impact that it's currently having on our workforce with the Medicaid eligibility staff that we currently have. With continuous coverage unwinding after 3 years under the federal public health emergency that allowed auto extension of benefits, counties are required now to resume recertifying benefits. With those benefits have been auto extended for 3 years. And so we're ramping back up and starting to recertify benefits, and we have timeliness requirements that we have to meet with that. Some beneficiaries may lose coverage, and we are starting to see some of that, and a reduction of their benefits based on pre-expansion rules. This is going to result in increased workloads to counties, and we're, like I said, currently starting to see that here in Cabarrus County. Counties are facing challenges with building staff capacity in order to maintain program requirements, existing caseload demands, and be ready for expansion. Division of Health Benefits that oversees Medicaid here in North Carolina has implemented flexibilities and increased automation that is helping to assist counties. Not all of that's working the way we would want it to, but nonetheless, they have put in some flexibilities and fixes to allow some of this to be automated. We are currently going through a 10-month audit that began in May. This is the RETA audit, Recipient Eligibility Determination Audit, that reviews 200 cases, and they're pulled over that 10-month period. And this requires reviews, submission of corrections, and then we have to train our staff if any deficiencies or needs from that particular audit were found. And so that's additional work on us, including keeping up with the 38,000 plus cases that we're managing. There's another series of audits that we go through. This program is Medicaid. Medicaid is the most heavily audited and reviewed, monitored program that we administer, and obviously because of the dollars that you're talking about with health care coverage and paying for benefits. There are 5 other reviews in addition to this one that we mentioned here that we go through on an annual basis. One of those is required by the state auditor's office. One is referred to as the payment error rate measurement, and that's a federal review that we go through. There is also what we call MEQC, which is Medicaid Eligibility Quality Control Audit. And then we also have, like I said, the statewide audit in addition to this 10-month audit that we're going under as well. So a lot of reviews, a lot of monitoring, and a lot of audits. The reason I bring that to your attention is because that also involves staff time for pulling cases, reviewing the cases, submitting the cases, and then making corrections if any errors are found. Wanted to go through a few more program considerations. There's also a lawsuit that was conducted back in 2017 that originally was called Hawkins versus Cohen in reference to Secretary Cohen, who was in the DHHS secretary at the time, that is now referred to as Franklin versus Kinsley. This particular federal lawsuit changed the way Medicaid is administered to beneficiaries, and staff are having to learn new processes. The settlement made Division of Health Benefits change the procedures, forms, and notices for redetermining Medicaid eligibility. In a nutshell, what happened with that particular lawsuit was timely notification of termination of benefits. And that's kind of the crux of the matter, that was not happening the way that it needed to. And so now counties have had to create a centralized voicemail for beneficiaries to leave messages and have access to Medicaid. We have had to work with our IT department to make sure that we're in compliance with that particular regulation and requirement. And we have 5 days to return these voicemails. We also had to create centralized emails for each Medicaid program for beneficiaries to return verifications for their cases, also involving IT's assistance with that. And then we have the class council that obtains a percentage of Medicaid cases randomly that they're pulling and looking at each quarter. They're also calling counties and checking about that voicemail functionality right now as well, and double checking that we're in compliance with that. We recently had to reopen 90 Medicaid cases back in June and go back through and make sure they were terminated appropriately and timely notices for those terminations were actually administered. It's an incredibly complex program. There are 25 different types of Medicaid that we evaluate for depending on what the needs of the family are. I know that's kind of small on your screen, but when you look at, I wanted to give you from July through May, the gradual progression and climb and increase in the cases, and then also the number of staff. Right now we have 59 what we call income maintenance caseworker twos that do eligibility and redeterminations, what we call direct workers. And we have, like I said, 38,741 actual cases that involve 56,045 recipients here in the county. That's our caseload right now. You can't really break it down and just do the math by those numbers at the top. You have to look down at the lower part where we have lots of acronyms because we speak in that language in government, as you know. It's alphabet soup sometimes. And some of those terminologies, long-term care, special assistance applications, long-term care special assistance reviews, those are very intensive reviews and complicated cases for adults with disabilities and the aged and the blind. And those interviews take approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours to conduct. And so that's why those caseloads are smaller, is because the laborious nature by which they have to work those cases. And then in addition, you have what's called private living arrangement applications. Those are also in the adult Medicaid world. They have to look back at real estate, assets, and evaluate a lot of different aspects in order to determine the eligibility. And those have a little bit longer time frame to be able to work those cases. But the area of the most impact where Medicaid expansion is going to hit is there in the bottom, family and children's applications and family and children's reviews. And what is manageable right now, we're right at that with the applications. Around 450 is what's manageable for our current staff. Well, adding almost 18,000 additional cases, that's going to become more unmanageable. We're not in good shape when you look at the review category of 1740 as far as the number of actual annual cases that we have. What's manageable there is about half, around 875 per worker. And so we're struggling a little bit there, especially with the auto extension of benefits and all the other work that we're doing to process the cases. And so that is where we really need to focus in on and feel like the biggest impact with expansion is going to hit us. Just kind of giving you a little bit more history. I went back to 2020, and we have added 8,102 additional Medicaid cases since 2020. And I wanted to just kind of show you, that's monthly as the line goes up, and it does the same thing in 2023, and it continues to increase. We know the population in the county is growing, and therefore we are seeing some growth in our Medicaid caseloads and a lot of our other programs across the board. But you can see from this the trends and the number of cases that we're trying to manage. So what we're asking for with Medicaid expansion is 30 additional positions to be able to take on expanding Medicaid. And so this involves 4 staff in the top category there are for working our front desks, mail, phone calls, and increases that we're going to anticipate with being able to implement the influx of people that are going to be applying under the expansion. The caseworkers, there are 21 of those, would be primarily in the family and children's area, where we would expand out 2 units with 2 lead workers, and we would need 3 supervisors because we will have 1 unit of adult Medicaid with about 5 caseworkers in this total of 30. The good news is there is funding that has been allocated to us for startup costs, and that total is $700 to $852, and we're able to leverage 75% on that for available total of funding of $1.2 million. That just represents 5 months of funding that the state has sent us to get us started for implementation. And so we anticipate what we have in our state budget estimates narrative. Rodney asked me, where does it say in the law that these are 100% funded? We can't find it there, but it is in our state budget estimates narrative that these positions will be 100% funded at no cost to the county to implement Medicaid expansion. What we don't know is next year and the year after that. We don't have a real commitment level from the state at this time, other than to say it will continue to be reevaluated. What we have seen from other states that have expanded Medicaid is they do put in those federal dollars for 3 years to fund the positions. And then they gradually wean counties back to the 75% federal, 25% county. But we don't have that full commitment at this time. At this time, I will, if you have, be happy to answer any questions.
I do have 2 questions. Number one, how did you come up with the number 30?
So we came up with that by looking at, when you go back to the previous slide, when you see the breakdown of cases that we have by individuals, the family and children's Medicaid area, we're trying to not only consider the estimate of the number of 15,000 to almost 18,000 individuals that are going to be eligible. So taking that in addition to what we are currently working with, and that's how we came up with the need for 30 additional positions. And I will tell you that has been across the board different in counties. I've seen counties that have asked for as many as 55 positions. Some have asked for 10, some have asked for 20. It just depends, and it varies based on where they currently sit with the number of staff they have. That's why I wanted to go ahead and point out, it's not just about taking how many cases you have now, doing the math simply and figuring out, okay, so we can manage, 875 cases apiece. It's not quite that simple because of the nature of and the complexity of the eligibility requirements that associated with, in particular, what's called MAGI rules, modified adjusted gross income rules that came about from the Affordable Care Act that made family and children's Medicaid incredibly complicated to do eligibility for.
And the other question I have is, where are you going to put these people?
The good news with that also is when we moved about almost 90 staff to the Milestone building, we freed up some space, and we have the ability to house them at the Cannon location.
Caseloads?
Caseloads per worker?
Per worker,
Yeah, so when you go back to this slide, let me go back.
So I just wanted to just show
think I
that one
zipped
more
right
time,
past it.
but then also, what are the
Right.
penalties if we don't calculate it right and extra money goes out?
Yeah,
We
so
have-
looking at the caseloads, the bottom category, family and children's applications, we can manage about 450, 460 per worker. Right now, that is manageable, but with the expansion of Medicaid, adding up to 18,000 potential eligibles, we're at capacity now. When you look at the next category for the family and children's reviews, whenever we're cycling those, right now cases are at 1,740. What we can manage now is about half that. So our caseworkers are really churning out the work to try to keep up with that. And we have timeliness requirements that we have to meet in order to be able to do that. And all of the audits that I just mentioned, there are chargebacks to the county if we don't meet and fulfill those requirements.
And so, aside from all of those very important facts, where are you gonna get the workers? Do you think? How big of a challenge is that going to be?
I won't say that it won't be challenging, but we will launch our recruitment campaign if we get approval to, and like every other county, the quicker we can get that out there, and be competitive and get workers before the other ones do, the better. And we've worked with our HR department to do a gradual, we won't hire, we'll hire the most critical ones first, but we're gonna stagger it a little bit because we don't wanna overwhelm our training team. The other thing I failed to mention is it takes 6 months to learn how to do a Medicaid case, how to do an application, how to do a recertification. 6 months training. And so the sooner we start this, the better, as far as getting the staff onboarded, getting them trained where they can actively take a caseload and begin the work.
So this funding that's coming for the startup, Does that come now, or does that come when Raleigh decides to pass a budget?
We got it now for continuous coverage unwinding needs and for expansion needs for implementation. And that's the 700,000 that we can leverage 75% revenues on once the people start working. Up to 1.2 million is available that we have now.
Okay. And so when they actually do pass a budget, if they pass a budget, how quickly will that expansion be implemented?
What we are hearing is, the last I've heard was December, they would open up the application period for benefits to be available January 1. Now, that could be kicked down the road a little further if they delay passing the state budget.
So that's giving you almost that 6 months training time.
Correct.
That's better than I might have thought. Other questions or comments?
Yeah, so you had mentioned that it seems as though some of these other states that have expanded their Medicaid, that they're only reimbursing for 3 years, seems to be the average.
Yes.
And then for North Carolina, they have not said anything about that, is that correct? That if it's gonna be 100%
Yeah.
fully reimbursable to the counties, I mean, that's the way it was presented.
We have that commitment level for the first year of implementation. Beyond that, they have been non-committal, other than to say we will reevaluate. So I keep pushing for the answer to that, and that's what we're getting at this time.
I understand.
So what is the reimbursement rate on the current Medicare?
75%.
75.
75% federal, 25% county.
So worst case, it would be the same proportion as now, but far more people eligible.
Correct. And
Yeah.
eventually, it would migrate to that, whether it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever they decide with implementation. I don't think it would go as long as 5 years, but it's possible. I don't know. What I've heard, though, is three years, other states have been able to get the benefit at 100%, and then it drops back to the 75-25. What that would give us the opportunity to be able to do is to budget for it accordingly and put in the 25% share moving forward when we know that's needed to sustain it.
And so the state is receiving a pretty large lump sum of funding coming with this. How are they allocating that?
That is in the 700,000 for 5 months that they've given us
Okay,
currently.
for the
We
training.
anticipate getting the rest of that once the state budget
see.
passes. They just gave us some startup money to get us
Right.
going.
I think that's part of the driver to why they've sustained it for 2-3 years, is because they get an influx of federal money
Right.
at the state level that they could use towards this program, so they don't have anything that they have to allocate, but as soon as they have to appropriate the dollars is when it usually comes back to the local level.
Right. So they can continue, they can cut state taxes and then just shift the expense to us to figure out where to get it from.
Wouldn't be the first or last time they've done that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that went on the record. It happens quite frequently.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, as a matter of fact, I read something within the last week that said, if our local officials would cut taxes like our state officials, we'd be in good shape. And that's the reason why they can do that. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Okay, we move to item 5.4, Energy Programs Outreach Plan, and we're happy to have Laura Light with us for that item.
Good evening, Commissioners. So I'm here tonight to present to you the annual Cabarrus County Energy Programs Outreach Plan for fiscal year '24. This is the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, also known as LIHEAP. It's a federally funded block grant program, and it's comprised of 3 different programs. Crisis Intervention Program, also known as CIP, our Low-Income Energy Assistance Program, also known as LEAP, as well as our weatherization program. So the purpose of this plan is to assure that eligible households are made aware of the assistance available through these programs. This is done with the help of an outreach planning committee, which encompasses a variety of community agencies. The committee meets twice per year, once in October for outreach planning as it relates to our LEAP season, and then again in April to review the outcomes as it relates to LEAP and to be able to plan for outreach activities for our summer weather. This committee creates an opportunity for county-level collaboration to discuss the plan and how to effectively reach county residents to be able to inform them of these services during the energy program season. So post-COVID, we are hoping and planning to revisit being able to take on-site applications as we have done in years past. We are hoping to target and do outreach for households with members with children under the age of 5, age 60 and older, and who are disabled. Those are our target populations. As in years past, we do plan to work with the County Communications Department to be able to assist us with the preparation of outreach materials, messaging, and the distribution of information to be able to publicize it. So this time, I would just like to thank you for your time and allowing me to share our outreach plan for the upcoming energy season. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Questions for Laura? Looks like a very comprehensive committee you've put together there. A lot of groups represented there.
Yeah, and that typically just stays the same from one season to another, but we do add as we learn of new agencies that want to partner.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we move now to item 5.5 from Finance, Occupancy Tax Late Penalty Waiver Request. And happy to have Jim Howden for that item.
Good evening. As you're all probably aware, each month we receive occupancy reports and occupancy tax remittance from the prior month occupancy tax collected by the hotels and motels in the county. Those reports and the payment is due by the 20th of the following month, and if they are 1 day late, we assess a fee. We have 3 requests from 3 hotels that were late earlier this year to waive that late fee. The first one is Sleep in Concord. Their February occupancy tax was late and the report was late, and they have a penalty of $989.18. The last time they were late was in 2017. Uptown Suites Concord, their March occupancy tax was late and the report was late. They have penalties of $991.62. And again, their last time they were late was 2017. Hometown Suites Kannapolis, their March occupancy tax and report was late. They have penalties of $523.39, and they had never been late before. For each of these, we're asking for a waiver of those penalties.
Why were they late?
Staffing issues. The Uptown Suites and Hometown Suites are actually managed by the same company. So theirs were sent in just late, but yeah, the explanation was just staffing.
You said that was the first 2 are managed by the same,
The second 2, the Uptown Suites and Hometown Suites.
are managed by the same?
Yeah, the both that were late in March.
Okay.
But they've paid their tax though, Jim, is that right?
That is correct.
They've paid the taxes, so all this is just the penalty.
Just the penalty,
Yeah.
that is correct.
Yeah.
That we're obligated to charge them once they're a day late.
Any other questions? I have a question for you, and this is probably a CVB question, but maybe they'll listen and answer. So I knew of, talking about occupancy tax, and I'm good with this. I knew of a local resident who checked into a local hotel because their heating and air conditioning system went out in their house. Didn't have any air conditioning.
Okay.
I said, well, make sure you tell them you're a Cabarrus County resident because Cabarrus County residents do not have to pay occupancy tax. And I heard that somewhere along the line. And they came back, they said, they told me they'd never heard of what you were talking about. Do you know anything about that?
I do not. I have not heard that either. You
Yeah.
think because they're staying in Cabarrus County, they do not?
Because they are a Cabarrus County resident and they're staying in Cabarrus County. I'm
I
thinking
remember
that-
we had that, that came up at one of our meetings, but there was a time limit that, or if they stayed for like so long, then they could forgive that, or forego
Yeah,
paying that.
I couldn't, I
But for
know
one
we've
night or a
talked
couple
about it
nights,
sometime
I remember
before.
when they were here last time, we discussed it.
Yeah, okay.
But I think you had to stay for a long period of time. Was it 3 days or something? Yep, so.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
more than
Well,
just
we
one.
will revive that discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll do some research.
But I
see
think
what can
we're good on this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, item 5.6, Cabarrus County Behavioral Health Center project update. Happy to have Kyle Billifer back with us.
Thank you. Wanted to provide an update on where we are in the process of this project. Obviously, we came up in front of the board, told you that the committee decided on Messer Construction for the construction manager at risk, so they have been working through the pre-construction phases of the the schematic design estimate, which that's what you pay a construction manager at risk to do, is to go through all those logistics and get ahead of any issues that might be coming up with the design. While moving forward with that, we've also been in the design phase of the actual building and looking at the actual building itself. While we know it might end up at a different site than the Kannapolis site. So it's been challenging for the design team to be looking at that, but we've worked through a significant amount of design issues in terms of HVAC, electrical. We've already started to whittle down really into the actual low voltage cabling and things like that, and the responsibilities, and all that kind of dovetails back into our agreement with Monarch and who's going to maintain what. So we really are getting in the weeds in the design. However, my primary intent of coming up in front of the board was this past Friday, Deputy County Manager Harris and myself went down to the Messer office to meet with them about the schematic design estimate. And that estimate is currently at $52 million. And if you recall what we brought in front of the board back when we initially received the funding from the state gave us $32.5 million, which is what we moved forward with. Now, I'll let Deputy County Manager Harris talk about how that number came up, but I will tell you, I think it was referencing the Guilford facility, which was kind of the model for this, and ours is bigger and has more beds in it, a larger footprint, and also is designed not to operate in a financial deficit, hence those amount of beds and square footage. I will tell you that I've gone through the schematic design in detail through every trade, and to be honest with you, I probably wanted more escalation included based on the numbers, but I do stand by those numbers. We've spent 3 hours last Friday going through every single one of them. So I'll let Deputy County Manager Harris talk about it, and then we can circle back.
Throw that number out again.
$52 million.
The number keeps growing. I thought it was 51. So Kyle is correct. So $32.5 million is what we have from the state to fund this project. And that number was derived from taking the Guilford County model and adding some inflation based on what they had paid 3 or 4 years ago. As you'll recall, their facility has a capacity of about 48. This facility, as designed currently, has a capacity of 76. So it's about, and I did the numbers earlier, it's about a 60% increase in capacity and unfortunately a 60% increase in cost if you run the numbers. And so the direction and guidance that we need from the board. Obviously, we're still hoping for additional funding at the state level as they negotiate the budget, and we'll see what that looks like, hopefully in 2 weeks, on whether you want us to reduce the capacity, which is the only way to get the construction number down. The challenge of that will be for Monarch to make the model still sustainable. So you'll recall the reason we increased capacity was to go from potentially an ongoing operating commitment of the county of $5 to $7 million that we would have to annually put into it to zero. And part of that is because of the capacity that allows them to generate enough revenue to support the facility without county support. So there is a trade-off, but we can certainly go back to them if you are not comfortable trying to identify an alternative funding source to pay for a $52 million facility. So that's the direction we need.
Yeah, and I've asked our design team, the Human Experience, to put together a document that explains, maybe kind of puts it pen to paper in terms of the decreasing of beds or square footage of the building and what that could do. Again, that's not Monarch putting that together. That would be our design folks. And I should note that the 52 million is rounded up from the 51.5, and it also is all in, includes design, owner's contingency, and other things, which a lot of the numbers that are sometimes floated around don't have all of that all in.
Kyle, that's a substantial increase, obviously, number of beds, the money and all of that. Can we look at doing it in phases? Phase 1, which is what our original plan was. Phase 2 would be an addition for those beds at some time in the future. With the facility that you're talking about, could we do it that way in phases?
I feel confident I know what the design team would tell you is you would have to pick, I guess, you would have to pick what to include in the future and how you would lay that out. I think it would be very difficult to do. You couldn't get rid of some of the things that are costing big money, the kitchen, the loading dock, the HVAC package alone. I mean, if you look at the packages or the trades, electrical, mechanical, the building, the envelope of it, those are where your big ticket items are.
Well, when we build schools, we have the same issue with schools, the media center, the cafeteria, the auditorium, all of those things. And then the classrooms can be added to. You add on, you've got the core part of the structure, but you've got room for other things that you could add classes, at a later point. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Obviously, the core cost is there, but can the building be designed where it can be expanded with those core costs covering that expansion?
I can absolutely have the design team look at that. I think I know what they'll say, but I will have them add that to their presentation. I will tell you, if you look at the current market escalation rate, I no longer believe that it is going to come back down. So even by pushing this down the road, I was one of those folks who, if you had asked me 6 months ago, I would tell you I wasn't going to buy a car and I wasn't going to buy a used car. And I was going to tell you that it was going to burst. I've now been through so many GMP and bid openings, I just don't see it anymore. And that is a concern I have about that, but I will absolutely, in terms of the design, I will have them look at that, 100%.
You said if we shrink it down, we're going to continually have to put money into it every year because it won't be self-sustaining, correct?
There is the possibility. We would have to get Monarch to run the numbers based on their modeling.
And we all know mental health isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
Which is the other challenge, is reduced capacity. Obviously, it could lead to a facility that is full quicker than our population growth. Yep.
Yeah, not to put pressure on the board, but, right now I've kind of got them at a standstill with the design. We're still tweaking things in the interior, but we'll have to be making decisions on the site. And if we are shrinking the footprint, that obviously has an impact on that.
Are there any time restraints on the money that we have received from the state? What did you say, 32.5 million?
There is not.
Okay.
So we have reporting that we can do to at the state level, but no time requirement.
Okay. Is there something we can do to get another grant?
We're working on
We
it.
will continue to advocate for that, yes.
And so what's the process on that?
It's already in place,
Okay.
already has happened,
And how much are you asking for on that?
as much as possible.
Well,
But they've got that number feedback.
so you didn't have to throw a number out to them, ask, you know, you just ask for whatever amount and they'll decide?
I think the initial figure that we had roughly 2 months ago now, 3 months, was 41 million. So obviously that was less than the current estimate. So I think the delta at that point was about $8.5 million, and that document was shared with our lobbyist at the state level at the $8.5 million.
So we're
which
still
would
gonna be short.
Still, even if we got that, or it's possible it could go above that, but we would still be short potentially of the full project budget.
So we will go back to the lobbyist as well as directly with our legislators as well, requesting some additional funds.
And I can state my opinion clearly. Expansion in the future, I think, is going to cost us way more. The only thing that I think we should do differently is we should have built it 2 years ago. I'm not sure how we accomplished that. But if you're talking about, if my math is correct, we're about, the figure you threw out, 52 million versus 32.5, is about a $19.5 million increase.
So it's about 19 million, but we do have an additional 3 million already in that project.
Right.
That you had previously said, if we can not spend it, leave it aside. So
Right.
if we use that money towards this project, which came from our Medicaid hold harmless funding 2 years ago, we'd be about 16 million short.
Right, which means that if we shrink the scope of the facility, we could potentially eat up all of we could spend more than that amount in subsidizing the facility.
Guilford is spending more than that every 3 years.
Right.
They're spending about 5 million a year.
Yeah, so
general fund.
we could cut back on the size of the facility in order to get the budget back down to the money we have available, and then we would lose all of what we would spend in subsidizing the operation going forward. And my concern already is, I mean, the more involved that I get, the more I listen, the more people I talk to, the larger the scope of the issues we already have becomes, and the unmet needs that are out there. I think we could talk to Sheriff Shaw, and he would confirm, and I think I've heard him say before, he currently operates the largest behavioral health facility anywhere around in our detention center. And that's not where, if we're going to be spending our money trying to address behavioral health issues, it needs to be in this facility, not building the detention center larger. So, I mean, there are multiple different ways I think that we can look at it, but, I mean, certainly if we can pare those costs down in any way, I feel pretty confident that you've already attempted to do that. But changing the scope of what we're trying to accomplish, I think would be the wrong way to go. So I'm in favor of proceeding forward in the design process and focusing our efforts on trying to get additional assistance at the state level and otherwise.
I agree with Steve. I don't think it makes sense to scale it down and lose money every year. We just
Yeah, and
do it
the
at one
needs
time.
continue to expand, I think.
Well, we will pass on the document we get from Human Experience, which I will try to have them put in something about feasibility of adding on in
Sure.
the future. I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
And after we've had this discussion from the chairman, obviously you're on the Mental Health Advisory Board, so therefore you're more acclimated to what's going on and the need. I think you're right, you know, but one of the things that I had just thought of that might be of some relevance, and that is, I think, and Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this was supposed to be a regional behavioral health center. Is that, I mean,
It
it's
will be.
located in Cabarrus County,
Yeah,
but it's a regional behavioral health center. So
Correct.
saying that, could we get requests participation from surrounding counties that's going to use it to help us fund what we want
District that
to
will be
do?
using it, or the region, will be the entire state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why the state's throwing the 30 million in, is because that is the regional participation, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and there are adjacent counties that are investigating opportunities to create facilities in their in their counties. If that were to happen, that would help us tremendously. That would relieve some of that burden. But, you know, one of the things that I talk about when I talk to people about the importance of this facility and what it means is I have talked to parents of teenage children here in Cabarrus County who have had to take their child to the emergency room for behavioral health issues, and then they have had to watch them being placed in a law enforcement vehicle, knowing that their child is in crisis, and being transported to Raleigh is the closest facility where they could receive even urgent care. And that is a horrible situation for that family, for that parent, and for that child. You know, in some situations, I've known of some that have gone and spent 2 or 3 days, as short as 2 or 3 days, in a facility there, and have averted that crisis and come back home. Others, much longer amount of time. And I certainly don't want to put the sheriff on the spot, but we pay for that transportation back and forth to Raleigh or to where these other, I mean, so this, what we talked about, reducing the scope of this and having more operating expense bared locally. I mean, you really can't encompass the total cost, what this issue is costing us. And we are paying law enforcement officers and providing vehicles to transport people all across the state, and in some, I think, maybe out of state in some instances, but there's a big expense there that might not show up in this budget, but it shows up in another one. So it's hard to get our arms around the total cost. So I think this is the right thing to do. I think we'll realize savings in these other areas that I've talked about, and I think we'll improve people's lives.
If I can, just real quick on the funding side, because I'm sure that's a question. So I think the scenario that is probably the easiest is that we are successful with the state budget and getting additional funding. So if you assume that's half of the increase, that means we have to come up with roughly $8 million at the local level. The easiest low-hanging fruit to take that on the capital plan is we have a figure that is currently in there for the ACN building and potential renovations. And so that's budgeted at roughly 61 million or up to 61 million, is you would reduce that amount. And rather than do additional renovations or expansive renovations, we might have to do less with that facility when we close and redirect that funding towards behavioral health, which obviously is a pretty big community priority. So that's the most likely trade-off with the decision.
Any other questions, comments? And so you're just looking for input here as,
Yes, I felt that this would end up going on the regular session's agenda on next Monday, when I would, actually, I will not be here, but we will have a document from Human Experience that, where we will I will try to have them address the expansion of it, as well as what the decreasing of beds would do in terms of a return on investment. And by then, we might have some input from Monarch also. So that would be to provide it, and then, yes, I am looking for guidance on whether to move forward with the current design, but I felt that you would need to see that information prior to giving that.
so have we given you what you need for right now?
For right now, yes.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and Kyle has the next item as well, Vietnam Veterans Park Land Lease Amendment.
So if you're not aware, Vietnam Veterans Park, the bulk of that acreage is provided to us in a lease with Kannapolis, and that lease was expiring. It was the second amendment to the original lease that was expiring, and what you have in front of you is to extend that lease for another 3 years. And this was drafted by their legal counsel, but it is an exact copy of the second amendment, which I feel confident was drafted by our legal counsel. But I'll answer any questions about just for everyone's information, the original lease started in 1999, expired in 2020, went on a 3-year, the first amendment to it was a 3-year, and now the second amendment. So this will be the second amendment.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Next item, 5.8. Juvenile Crime Prevention Council allocation of fiscal year 2023-24 funding. Happy to have Jim Howden back.
Thank you, sir. As you all are aware, the county receives funding from the Department of Public Safety annually to help fund our local Jcpc programs. For fiscal year 24, we will receive $459,927. And within your packet shows a breakdown of which programs will get how much of that. And we're just asking the board to approve that funding plan.
Questions, commissioners? Okay, I think we do need to vote on this tonight. It's what I've got down here. Yeah, because they've already had a delay, so they've gone past the fiscal year beginning. So I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules so we can take action on this tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion passes. And I would entertain a motion to approve the Jcpc fiscal year 2023-24 county funding plan. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5.9, amendment to Central Area Land Use Plan interlocal agreement. Susie Morris is back with us for that one.
Yes, what you have in front of you this evening is an ad hoc amendment to the Central Area Plan interlocal agreement that was adopted and is a shared document between the City of Concord and Cabarrus County. So this is similar to what you saw a couple of months ago. It is a request for water only, and the contractor is making the request. It's Quicksilver Custom Builders. It is for one lot only. And the water line is already there, so they are essentially requesting that they be allowed to tap onto that water line. And it does require Board of Commissioners approval The City of Concord's council has already approved the request, and if we approve the request, then they'll be able to move forward with supplying the water.
Any questions for Susie? Okay, you got the next one too.
Yes, this is a second request. It is essentially the same thing. It's for water. And this one is at 3868 Highway 200. This property, we have actually been working with the applicant. They bought some property adjacent to it. They're going to be farming on that property, and they want to build a house on the property next to it. And again, the water line comes down 601, and there is water available in the area. So they're just asking that they be allowed to tap onto that existing line.
Questions on that item? Okay, 5.11, Central Area Plan, Land Use Plan Interlocal Agreement Update.
Yes. So actually, our agreement with Concord expired on June 29th. So these were submitted prior to that. And some of you, when we were talking about planning, zoning, and the land use plan process, we kind of touched on the fact that that agreement was going to be expiring. So when the Central Area Land Use Plan process was going on, as part of that, the city and the county worked together to adopt this agreement. It was put into place in 2008. It ran for a period of 15 years, and it has been very effective at directing growth back to where the investment is. So Concord and the county were both interested in renewing the agreement in some form. Concord sees it as a tool to redirect that growth, and then we see it as a tool to redirect that growth, and then it also helps with capacity planning for schools, because we know that in, east of that area, there probably is not going to be a utility investment, so no big developments. Again, redirecting that growth to where it needs to be and where the investment is. So city and county planning staff and legal staff, we worked on the agreement, and we kind of, every 5 years, we would take a look at the agreement. Is it working? What's not working? We kind of made notes along the way. So a couple items of interest that we are proposing that would be changed, which is in the blue text, is that there would be additional language added to allow the city of Concord to do maintenance and to address operational issues. So for example, if they had a pump station that they needed to take offline and install more of a trunk line, they could do that. It would not be for any expansion of a customer base. It is simply to take care of those operational issues, failing systems. We don't want pump stations. Anytime they can take one of those offline, that's a good thing. It also allows for requests to be approved at the county manager and city manager level. So these would not have to come back to you unless there was some type of, it was a very big request or something like that out of the norm. So these one-off requests, those would no longer have to be placed on your agenda. That would be handled at the administrative level. And the agreement would run to June 29th of 2038. And then there also is an amendment that I just wanted to walk through with you. So this is the actual map that would go along with the agreement, and it outlines what Area A is and Area B. So in Area A, that is where Concord essentially, that agreement has to be made for any utilities to be placed in that area. That is the area where we have to agree to it. Area B is the area where they already have a significant investment. If anything happens in that area, it's at the sole discretion of the city of Concord. In Area A, if there was an annexation, then it no longer is a part of Area A. It's then part of the city limits. So that's the simple version of the agreement. The other item is that, Lauren, could you flip to the next map, please? So the city of Concord negotiated an annexation agreement with Midland. And as part of that, it did somewhat adjust the eastern boundary because this was based on their annexation boundaries. So the area in purple, that larger area, which is around 200, and then the smaller area that are called out on this map would not be reflected in the agreement. So that black and white map that you just saw, these little portions were taken out, but because this is Cabarrus County's land use plan, the land use map itself will not be amended. It's just strictly the maps for purposes of this interlocal agreement. And this interlocal agreement is independent of the land use plan, so it does not require any type of a public hearing to do an amendment. So the request would be that it be placed on the consent agenda. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. I know some of you were here for the first go-round of all of this. But again, it's just kind of tidying up the agreement and also making those approval more administrative in nature.
Questions for Susie? Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Okay, we move to item 5.12, acceptance of Governor's Highway Safety Program Grant Award. Happy to have Sheriff Shaw with us. We have Chief Deputy Burchett on the agenda here, but you don't resemble very much.
No, sir. Good evening. Chief Deputy Burchett is on a well-deserved vacation, so I do occasionally allow them to, have a few days off.
Good.
So, but with me tonight is Sergeant Grady Christie. Sergeant Christie heads up our Traffic Education and Enforcement Unit. This unit has been created out of a Governor's Highway Safety Grant that we initially received, then which was a 3-year grant. We got acceptance for an additional 3 years of this grant, and we are in the second year of this grant. And that's what we're seeking tonight is approval to accept the grant. It is a 70-30 percentage split is what it is. So it's, I think there in your information, the grant amount's $125,874 with a county match of $53,946. And this is for the officers that comprise that Traffic Education and Enforcement Unit. On the education side, we're in the high schools, doing a lot of, preventive type education when it comes to their driving. And so that's where we are. The first year of the grant was a little larger because it included the equipment. So all of that is purchased and paid for and that sort of thing under the grant. So that's where we are. Sergeant Christie would be more than happy to answer any questions related to the Traffic Education and Enforcement Unit and the grant itself.
Great. Questions, commissioners? There is one advantage to being near the end of the agenda. You get less questions.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, this is his first time being
Right.
here, so the grace is greatly appreciated, I'm
Yes.
sure, by
Yes.
Sergeant Christie.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. And Sheriff has the next item as well.
Yes. That is a request to award service weapon to Deputy Mike Elliott. Mike will be retiring the end of this month, and after over 20 years of service to the Cabarrus County Sheriff's Office, as well as the citizens of Cabarrus County. So we're requesting you approve that award of his service weapon upon his retirement.
Very good. Questions or comments on that one? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5.14, solid waste landfill replacement of compactor. We're happy to have Kevin Grant with us.
Good evening, everyone. And Lauren, can you go to the last page on my packet, just to show a picture of what a landfill compactor looks like? I'm not sure if too many people are familiar with a landfill compactor. And basically what it does, as soon as Lauren gets it up, it's a compactor that basically crushes waste.
I've always wanted to drive one of those.
I do too, they won't let me. And we've actually been out testing various new compactors, and I never get to drive one.
Yeah.
I'm lucky if I push a lawnmower. So that's basically what it looks like. So it's about a 90,000 pound piece of equipment, a vehicle. You see what's got the blade, and it's got two wheels with huge teeth. And the whole idea is to crush the debris that we receive into smaller and smaller pieces. And the whole idea is to compact it, get more airspace. Hopefully with this one, we'll get some more airspace and kind of maximize what we get there, because the whole thing, when you look at airspace, that's revenue. And the more airspace we could have, the more revenue we receive, and the healthier our landfill will be. So we've been looking, so it's this, the landfill compactor is part of this year's capital improvement plan. We have found a compactor that Gaston County purchased about 2 months ago that we can piggyback off of. It meets our needs. We've seen it at a couple places. In addition to Gaston County, Lincoln County has one, Dare County has one, and York County has one. The prices varies within our budget. Service reputation is very good. In fact, we use Sun Machinery for some of our equipment repairs at our facility. They're very good. And the big thing as well is it's available. There's one coming off the assembly line in the next couple weeks that can be earmarked for us, and at least that's what we've been told. A lot of the other companies would be several months, if not a year lead time to get this piece of equipment. So that's why we're headed in this direction. So we did post this bid notice. The packet does say June 30th, but actually did not get posted until June 5th. So tonight we can't actually approve this purchase. We would have to wait 10 days, which would fall into, next Monday night. So we could do that. So I can't ask for a motion to purchase this, but the intention would be to do it next Monday. So just wanted to present this evening, see if there's any questions.
Is this replacing a unit?
It
or-
will. We've got 2 of them existing. We've got a 2001 compactor and a 2006. And I could say I've been here for 15 years, and this would be the first new piece of equipment we've purchased at the landfill. Typically, we go on gov deals and purchase used ones or find an old rental that we can have. But the point is that we actually need something new that's more modern. Like I said, give us better compaction rate, hopefully better utilize the airspace in our landfill and stretch it out as long as we can.
Questions for Kevin?
How many years do we have left in the landfill before?
The current cell that we're in, we are good till the end of 2028. We just did an airspace analysis, and we just had the engineers look at the landfill property itself last year. They've identified available land that could get us another probably 10, 12, 15 years, potentially. Now, a lot of that land is not easily expandable. But there is a section that should be fairly easy to expand on that would get us another 6, 7 years. So take that, 5 years plus that, so.
And that's land that we currently own?
That is correct, yes. And we've had the folks at the state say, if you've got areas that you can expand a landfill in, they're gonna approve it because they're not going to approve any new landfills in the state.
So can you explain to us what you were just saying? I may have missed it. You're talking about the June 29th day or June 30th?
So with a piggyback bid process, you have to publicly post that you're going to do this, and you got to do it 10 days in advance of actually having you all approve the purchase. Okay, so originally I was planning to do it June 30th, and in fact, in the package, it does say June 30th, but it did not get posted on our website till July 5th. So technically, tonight, I can't ask you all to approve it, so we'll have to wait till next Monday night.
But the 17th will.
The
Yeah, I
10
was
days will be
doing the
in.
math as well, yeah. Okay,
Trust me, I did too.
yeah. And so by spending a little more money, buying a new unit, we may get more life out of the landfill, which you just said, and I've heard it before, there will be no more approved in the state.
That is true, and we'll get more life out of this, hopefully more revenue. The other thing is that we also will get a 5-year warranty on this piece of equipment too, which should cost or cut down on our maintenance expenses. Because right now, these 2 units that we do have are being put together, being held together with coat hangers, bubble gum, duct tape. I will say my staff does one heck of a job keeping it together. And, you know, our operators, they're on the ball. Anytime they notice something that doesn't seem quite right, they let us know right away, so we catch it before that maintenance expense even grows, so.
So are we gonna continue operating all 3 of them
No,
until?
we'll surplus one, and we'll
Okay.
keep the other one as a backup.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5.15, Tax Administration, Annual Settlement and Order Authorizing Collection of Taxes. David Thrift.
Good evening, Commissioners. North Carolina General Statute 105-373 calls for the annual settlement of the tax collector. For that, I've prepared 2 different lists, one of real property that is delinquent and outstanding from our 2022 taxes. Excuse me. The other is personal property that is delinquent and outstanding. Real property totaling $1,575,560. Personal property totaling $716,825. For total tax of $2,292,385. And then to that, we had the penalties associated of $121,568. So total 2022 outstanding on tax bills, you have the summary in front of you, is $2,413,953. So also based on 105-373, I'm providing a list of personal property tax bills that we've deemed to be uncollectible. We have a total this year of about 35 that we've identified, totaling $7,362. These are bills that are, we're asking to be put on the insolvents list. So we feel like those are, in most cases, companies that are, or businesses that are no longer in business, so we have no way of providing any collection for. Once they are put on that list by the commissioners, 3 years from then, we can, if they remain on that list and we are still uncollected, we can write those off at that time. So. And then the other information is our list of minimum refunds, less than $15. We had about 180 this year, totaling $972.55. We're now going through the process of identifying if there's any 2023 tax bills associated with those accounts we can apply those to. And if we can't do that, we will submit that money to the state for a sheet. So.
And then those lists are not attached to our agenda?
That's correct. Those lists are available
Okay,
in the
gotcha.
tax administration and will be in the county manager's office if you need to see those.
David, one question. What
Sir.
would that put our collection rate at? Are we at projection higher or lower?
So I think we're right at this similar level that we've been the last couple of years, over 99%. We feel pretty confident at. I don't have an exact figure of that accounting. We're still working those.
Well, you know, we always budget so much based on what you tell us, and so I just wondered if we're over or under.
We're still over what we projected. We were concerned with the.
I like it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for David?
And the one other item is that there is the 105-321 provides for the order to collect next year's taxes. That is part of this agenda item as well. We will be sending tax bills out. Our plan right now is for July 24th. Working that process now, so we'll start the process over again.
Questions? Anything else?
That's all. I've provided for those taxpayers, the levy that's projected here, the tax bills we're putting, that's another document that you do have in front of you. Those total amounts, and this is for county as well as all jurisdictions, is going to be $334,565,163. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, so.
And so these are the taxes that you're getting ready to send, these are the taxes you're getting ready to send out the bill for now?
That's correct. This amount charged to collect for the next fiscal year.
So you're anticipating that there will be that many penalties, is that what you're saying?
Those are based on, penalties are required to be assessed if listings are not timely listed
Okay,
back in January of this
Yeah,
year. So these are
right.
based on personal property listings that took place that were not timely listed and therefore incurred a penalty. So we
Oh,
already know that
okay.
those are, will be incurred, and we'll be billing those this month.
right. So almost $311,000 worth of penalties for people that didn't list their taxes on time.
Yes, sir. It's a 10% penalty
Yeah.
for a late listing.
Okay. And most all of those would be companies, corporate.
The majority of those are personal,
Yeah.
business personal property. That's
Right,
correct.
okay. Any other questions for David? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry to report that that was the last item on our agenda. So we move now to approval of the regular meeting agenda. And I do not think we have made any adjustments tonight that would impact that. Although, I guess we don't know, of course, we spent substantial amount of time talking about our vacancy, and so I'm guessing if we follow the motion that was approved tonight, and that letter goes out tomorrow, the 10 days will fall after our regular adjustment there, but perhaps not. So do I hear a motion to approve the regular meeting agenda as presented? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion passes, and I would, at this time, entertain a motion to adjourn. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. That motion passes. Thank you all for joining us online and on television tonight, and we will see you again this coming Monday night.